cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers, minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. I should spell that. BLOOMBERG, oracle.com/Bloomberg to cut your cloud bill in half. That was interesting. All these bond guys are optimistic. I can't take it.
Nobody goes out on the curb, though. Everybody's in that 3, 5, 10 year kind of thing, and that's where the best risk return is.
Brownback was brilliant. What did he say? 8% of papers out past X number of years.
Yeah,
we talk about it like it's 90% of the paper, and we're getting that wrong. She was in like a couple of weeks ago. Like usually we go to Leslie, we go, we'll see every 90 days, or we'll see if we can get you in 70 days. Like 3 days after she's here, people are still emailing in. Who was the woman on energy? Shut up, Tom. Get her back. With Energy Vista, Leslie Balti-Guzman joins us right now. You stopped the traffic on LNG.
Yes.
Bring us up to date. We had the president in, where was he? Riyadh, Qatar.
Yeah,
we got a big plane coming from Qatar, I guess, to land at Dulles. We'll see how that works. Give us an update on hydrocarbons after the Middle East visit.
Very good to be back, thanks. So I think it was a very positive trip, on both sides. They presented it as a win-win, real royal courtships where everybody is beautiful and great. We didn't hear much dissent or criticism.
But is a gallon of gas going to go down?
So for what the president was looking for, it was investments into the U.S., part of different deal makings. Qatar was able to remind the president that the country has invested with Exxon $10 billion in the new LNG projects, Golden Pass, that will come online in a few months. Saudi Arabia has linked now 2 long-term LNG contracts with US LNG. So they are showing goodwill, good gesture, and they have actually waited for Trump to come back into office, especially Saudi Arabia, to make those deals, to finalize those deals.
But still, we've got Brent crude at $64 a barrel. That's not where they want to see it in your world, is it? Don't they want to see something 70s, 80s? Isn't that from a better position for global energy?
Yeah, we mentioned in the past all the contradictions of the baby drill agenda. Mm-hmm. The drillers in the US would like price incentives, right? They would like to see maybe for the oil price more equilibrium price around $70. Trump wants low prices for the domestic population to bring back manufacturing, to incentivize consumption, bring down inflation. But at the same time, so we need to still work on this equilibrium price.
Well, I was just thinking about Qatar. They supply to Iran and China. And politically, it's not that clean to have a strong relationship with Qatar at this point. Were there any takeaways from the trip on that regard?
So I think, it was a very well-fueled PR campaign. We haven't heard any criticism. And if I can use this stage, for me, putting so much wealth into the hands of Qatar is not a good idea.
Why?
Because Qatar has strong ties with Iran. Qatar has financed the Muslim Brotherhood. By the way, France came out with a report this week from government officials pointing out the financing of Qatar to the Muslim Brotherhoods in France specifically, but all over Europe and other countries.
Right.
Jordan had just kicked out the Muslim Brotherhood. Qatar has hosted and sheltered the Hamas. There is a big...
This is brilliant. Leslie, we got to get you in here for like a 1-hour special show. Folks, what we're dealing with here is Sciences Po in Paris and Tufts up in Boston, the Fletcher School. Leslie's got bulletproof chops. She's worked with Bremer at Eurasia Group. And the answer is Greg Vallier wrote about this morning. And what Greg Vallier said, time 30-year bond, no one can.
Hello, this is Dr. Paul Cottrell, and I am doing a live stream on Rumble, YouTube, and on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. So please make sure you subscribe to my channels. That way you get the live streams, you get the notifications, and you're helping support the work that I do. Please share the links. Ask your social media to follow me. I greatly appreciate it. If you like the content that I'm creating and you benefited from it, please help support my work. Also through donations or through buying the products that are on my store. You can donate on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, through Stripe, PayPal, or Buy Me a Coffee on the homepage, or you can be a paid member to my Patreon channel. It's through the donations and the paid subscribers and the ones that purchase my products that help me to do these videos for free. I have thousands of videos for free to inform you about things in your life that you will benefit if you listen to me in terms of health and wellness, what's going on in scientific endeavors, what's going on with domestic policy and domestic news, and also international news, especially when it comes to the financial markets. I tell you where support levels are and where the resistance levels are for different asset classes. So please help support my work. I tell you how to make money and how to be healthy. It's really simple, all right? And this content that I do is for free. These live streams and the premieres that I do, all these videos that I have, there are thousands of videos out there, are for free. I don't put stuff behind a paywall, but there's a social contract, and that is I do this stuff for free for you. You help support my work by purchasing the products, donating, sharing the links, and just interact with the show. This is a live show, and if you have questions, type them in the chat. I have a new setup right now. Right, we're doing the live streaming on Rumble, on YouTube, and on my website. We're not doing a simulcast right now on X Spaces. I will be in the near future doing that, but I need to get used to all the buttons that I got to click because it's like the Starship Enterprise here. So thank you for watching. I greatly appreciate it. Now, with that said, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take a look at the great products that I have. I have a plethora of products. If you listen to me and you stack these products the way I tell you to stack them, you will slow down the aging process. You will improve your immune system, and you're going to improve your other targeted systems that we'll be talking about throughout this broadcast. This is a protocol that I use. And if you take the lessons learned from my experience, you will get healthier. So please pay attention. It's really important. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Now, I want to start off with last night. There was an embassy. There were two embassy staff members that were killed. Now, Israeli staff members. So I find it very odd. This happened in DC. So let's play CNN covering this story. This happened last night.
You see a deadly shooting being investigated right now, where we're told 2 people were shot and killed, and at least one of them is believed to be connected to the Israeli embassy. CNN's chief law enforcement and intelligence analyst, John Miller, is joining us right now. This is coming in fast and furious. What do you know?
So, first of all, everything we're going to be reporting is preliminary because, as you know, from our own experience, this information may shift and change. But what we've been told by law enforcement sources is that this was an event at a Jewish museum in Washington, D.C., at 3rd and F Northwest, that the crowd was leaving the event, apparently, that an individual opened fire. We are told that an Israeli diplomat was hit. Another one was hit. So you have at least 2 people shot. You have 3 other people injured. Those numbers can shift. We are told there are fatalities, at least 1, and we are told that the gunman, according to witnesses, fled on a motorcycle. So if you take what we have, sketchy as it is, it paints a picture of something that appears to be targeted. It was at an event at the Jewish Museum. appears to be planned in advance. You have a gunman who witnesses say fled on a motorcycle. And obviously, this is a major event in terms of this is drawn in the FBI, elements of the Secret Service, obviously the Washington, D.C. Metro Police, and a major investigation unfolding right now as they review video, license plate readers, talk to human witnesses, and try to reconstruct what happened in this event, which apparently unfolded extraordinarily quickly.
And why would the nature of this event have drawn in so quickly that breadth of law enforcement?
Well, if you look at the climate, fears of anti-Semitism, incidents that are occurring right now in the Middle East, in the sphere of Israel and Gaza, tensions that have been rising since, terrorist propaganda that has been out there calling on people to take action. What you have is a perfect storm that can lead to something like this. And what they will be digging into is, was there an individual on a motorcycle? Is that the same person as the gunman, as witnesses suggest? If so, is that individual part of a highly planned operation with a number of people and part of a terrorist operation? Or is it, as we've seen more often than not, a lone wolf who put together a plan based largely on being inspired or radicalized over the internet or in person? These are not answers. These are questions.
There's many of them. We have the DHS Secretary, Kristi Noem, who has just tweeted, 2 Israeli embassy staff were senselessly killed tonight at the Jewish Museum in Washington, D.C. We are actively investigating and working to get more information to share. Please pray for the families of the victims. We will bring this depraved perpetrator to justice. People should understand, John, this is, not in the outskirts. This is really central in Washington, D.C., a major metropolitan area. It's not that late at night. There was an event that was happening. Presumably the event was either publicized or at least enough people there that they knew there was an event going on. And when you're looking at all this unfold, besides the surveillance of the street footage and what's going on there, when do you turn to figure out cell phone data in the area? Who may have seen what the person looked like? Was there more than one person? How does this investigation unfold at this very infant stage?
Well, first you start with the live witnesses before they disappear into the ether. Then you do the canvas for the ones who fled or left, or you may find the next day by appealing literally through the media like this to say, if you were there, if you saw something, if you were filming or videotaping with your phone something else, and you may have caught this. While all that's happening, the go-to is those cameras. There are cameras at that Jewish museum, and they're pretty good. But there are also cameras that may be available from the house across the street, an embassy up here, a traffic camera.
Sure.
You've got to collate all of those together and then see, do we see the gunman? Do we see the gunman fleeing? What's that direction of flight? Can we then track by the cameras and hopefully from an investigative standpoint, any license plate readers, motorcycle licenses are harder, along the way that will give them something. Is there a stop? Is there a switch car? Or are there other people involved? You really have to take the technology for that. In the meantime, there are people right now, as we sit here in Washington, D.C., down at my old office in the NYPD, who are logging onto those computers and going those sites to gauge the reaction, to see if there's a communique that has been posted. Has any person or group claimed responsibility? So many wheels start to turn simultaneously between the FBI, DC Metro PD, their people on the Joint Terrorism Task Force, even the NYPD, which will start reacting to this because of nothing more than you have a large number of high-profile Jewish targets in New York City, as many, if not more than Washington, that they will be pushing resources to right now and throughout tomorrow till they get a handle on what they think we have going on.
I want to bring in CNN senior national security analyst Juliet Kayyem to the conversation. John and I are talking about the steps that will immediately be taken to try to cast a very wide investigative net domestically, but we're talking about people from an embassy as well. You're talking about a net that could go
I'm coming in fast. First place, you coming in last. I'm hitting that gas. I'm hitting that.
Go internationally as well. When you're hearing about what has just happened and the details are coming in quickly, we're going to bring everyone what we have as soon as we have them as they're unfolding. What is your take and analysis about what the steps will be to determine what happened and whether there were additional targets or anything?
So, I mean, I don't disagree with the thing that John has said. We are in an environment in which the Jewish community is in fear, rise in hate crimes and anti-Semitism. And these public gatherings are both, ways in which a community feeling under threat gets together, but of course, celebrations. Some of the things on preliminary, and I'm just going to accept what Secretary Noem, Secretary of Homeland Security, said, that the two people actually killed were both embassy staff. And that's just a data point that's worth noting in terms of what's the likelihood, what's the percentage of people there that were from the embassy.
It sounds like they were targeted, or they're being used as a warning to someone else.
Why only those two? Where apparently the ambassador was not there. So, in terms of investigation, you're really looking at, was this quite targeted on Israeli staff of the embassy who are here in the United States. The second piece is the motorcycle. As John was saying, to me, that's just the tell-all. That's just a sophisticated hit, so to speak. The person will be able to get around DC traffic, evade identification. It's harder to do so with a motorcycle. And so you are going to look at a planned attack, and one that could have planning not just domestically, but of course internationally. And so this
feels like some sort of intelligent agency type thing. I don't know if it's MI6 or CIA or Iranian, but it just seems like a high-level intelligence operation that just took place in DC.
Terrifying thing for the Jewish community, for people in DC, but it also has this really disconcerting wrinkle or aspect to it that would make you inevitably need to look to the possibility that there was a foreign terror attack in the United States targeting Israeli diplomats. And that is rare. It shows a certain amount of planning, an ability to do so, and evasion. I mean, we are now, each minute that passes, there's more time for this person to get away. So that's where the investigation is going to lead. I just want to say one more thing. Would be curious, or part of the investigation is going to be, because this was a public gathering with Israeli officials, how public was it? How did people get access to it? Those are the questions we're going to want answered, because in terms of the deliberative nature of this assassination, essentially, and this attack on the Jewish community, what kind of notice was out to the public in terms of the threat?
Take what you do best and create a website that's worthy of it.
All right, we're going to take a look at some more video on that subject before we go to the other videos to cover today. But since the market just opened, let's just do a market update. The S&P 500 is trading at 5,837. Again, the support levels are 5,750 and 5,500. It's probably going to be undulating between the 5,950 level to about between 5,950 to about 5,750 for a little while. It's going to consolidate unless we hear some major positive news on tariffs and the tax bill. The tax bill did pass the House, but it still has to go through the Senate, and there's going to be major rewrites on it. So it still has a ways to go. So I suspect that we're still going to have a resistance level at 6,000, but I still hold that the S&P 500 is going to be at an all-time high by year end, and I would not be surprised to see the S&P 500 break the 6,000 and test and most likely surpass the all-time high in July. Now, what I also want to go over is that VIX is trading above 20. It's trading at 21.13, so there's a little bit of risk in the market. The Euro USD is trading at 1.12. Oil is trading at $60.88 a barrel. BITO is trading at 23.54. And the USD Japanese yen is trading at 143.62. That I want to see the Japanese yen above 145. So there's definitely stress in the market. Dollar's weakening relative to the Japanese yen. And we have a little bit of a suppression in price with oil. I have conflicting news that's showing that oil stocks are actually lower in the United States. And then I saw some news saying that it was up. The OPEC plus nations are going to increase. It looks like the Saudis are going to increase an additional barrels of oil. My understanding is our strategic reserve initiative is in place and we're starting to buy oil to refill it. So we'll see what happens with the oil markets. Gush is trading at 2046 and DRIP is trading at 11.23. It's climbing. DRIP is the short for oil exploration. UCO is trading at 20.70 and natural gas is trading at 3.29. So natural gas is also going down. Bitcoin is the big news today, I would say, at least for right now. And it's trading at, right now it's trading at 111,000 per coin. And that's the reason why BITO is trading at 23.52. You've been paying attention to me. I've been saying, watch for BITO to pop up, especially because it had a resistance level at 22.50 and it surpassed that. So the next resistance level is going to be 24.42. We have a support level now at 22.50 and a support level at 21.48. So with that said, oil support level is at 54. That's the 61% retracement. That's a major support level. Oil's trading with the 60 handle right now. The resistance is 65. What I've been noticing is there seems to be a trading range going on at about 60 to about 63. Doesn't want to stay above 63 for too long and then comes back down. So will we be testing below 60? It potentially might happen, especially if the Saudis start to pump up more oil, or if Iran deal happens with Trump, there'll be additional oil, Brent oil on the market and bring down the price. So we'll see what happens there. With that, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. I have these videos that I'm doing for free. So you get intel on how to benefit from the market. I give you specific points of entry. So if you pay attention to me, you'll make money. So let's talk about your health and wellness, because that's way more important than your wealth, right? Your health and wellness is way more important. So please go to my store and get the great products that I offer. These are products that I use every day to help with that holistic approach to slow down the aging process and to boost up your immune system. And you're just gonna add more vitality. So a great product that I have that everyone in your home could use is structural nano silver soaps. So I have 4 different varieties. You can get it in lavender. You can get it in peppermint. Oh, sorry about that. Peppermint. And you can also get it in lemongrass and charcoal tea tree. So please go to my store, get a few bars for your household. These are very high quality soaps that I use. And you're helping support the work that I do. And you're helping support your health and wellness at home. So get the soaps, get a few varieties for your house, get a few bars, help support the work. I also partnered up with Rainbow Herbals, and we have a deodorant that is dual purpose. It You use it as a deodorant. It's for males and females, but it also helps to detoxify your body. This is a very high quality deodorant. It's made from essential oils from the Himalayas, has no aluminum, no baking soda. It's all natural. It will help to detoxify your body, and you use it as a deodorant. Again, it's for males and females. You can get it in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree, and you can also get it in citrus. So get a couple bars for your house. Use it. It'll help detoxify your body, and you use it as a deodorant. And by detoxing your body on a regular basis, you're helping your endocrine system, you're helping your immune system. That's really important. I also have other ways to detoxify your body, like taking zeolite and gladiator barley and heirloom barley. Those are other ways to help with the detoxification of your body. Another thing is to apply a holistic approach, and that is filter your water. I use a zero water filtration system. You can use different types of filtration systems, but the point is make sure you filter your water. The reason is that municipality water, city water in the United States is heavily fluorinated, and the problem is that there are particulate matter in there that you need to filter out. When you filter that out, your water is the higher quality. And when you're drinking that, what's going to happen is you're going to notice that your body is responding to higher quality water in a positive way. Your immune system is going to be better. Your endocrine system is going to be better. Drinking unfiltered water disrupts your endocrine system. And if you look around, a lot of people have problems with their endocrine system. So it behooves you to actually filter your water. Now, stay away from processed foods too. By doing that, you're helping your body and your gut biome, because these processed foods, they do havoc to your gut biome. They do havoc to your endocrine system. These processed foods are terrible for your endocrine system. And this is part of the reason why hormonal levels are messed up. Issues with concentration, skin problems, eye problems. All of these are coming from these chemicals that we are ingesting that's disrupting our endocrine system. So stop that. Filter your water, stay away from processed foods, and take products that will help heal your body. And like I said, a simple thing like a deodorant that you use every day, that if it's designed correctly, which this is, can also help to detoxify your body. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get these deodorants. All right, with that, let's go back to, oh, by the way, use discount 5 and you get $5 off. I want you to get the products because they work, all right? And if you keep on using the products and you're healthy, then we'll just have a better society. We'll have a more productive society, and we will bring down the cost of healthcare. The cost of healthcare, the only way we're going to bring down the cost of healthcare is if people get healthier. And the fastest way to do that is to target some of these chronic illnesses that are due to lifestyle. In the United States, cardiovascular disease and diabetes, 2 major chronic diseases. The cost to treat, the cost to treat these diseases in the United States is astronomical. And it's all self-induced. If we actually become healthier, if we can take control of our own health and stop the bread and circus, our Medicare, Medicaid, and healthcare costs will radically go down by the billions. So it starts at home, right? You do your part, another person does their part, and then collectively the society is more productive, healthier, and the society will have more vitality. You think society has vitality now with so many people that have endocrine disruption? Absolutely not. But the answer isn't pharmacopoeia. The answer isn't do more research to find a pill. The answer is stop the bread and circus, look in the mirror and say, you are part of the cause of the healthcare crisis, period. Now, if you don't want to do that, then you're just living in a bubble, because we have a healthcare problem in the United States because of the cost of educating the healthcare workers, the cost of running the facilities like the hospitals and the clinics, and an unhealthy population because of the bread and circus and the endocrine disruption that's happening. And the best way to bring down, the fastest way to bring down healthcare costs is when you're healthy. All right. When you're healthy, you don't need to be on beta blockers. You don't need to be on insulin and all these other drugs where it's trying to solve your problem. Now, some people go, oh, I got a genetic issue. Most people don't have genetic issues, period. Stop pretending. There are people that do have genetic issues and they have an issue. That's a real problem. But the majority of in the United States, they don't have genetic issues. Some of them have epigenetic issues. They have an epigenetic issue, not a genetic issue. And that's because of lifestyle. And it's led to the methylation of their genes turning off because of their lifestyle. They did it to themselves. It's not that they were born with this. It's lifestyle. Most chronic disease in the United States is because of self-induced. And most people don't want to hear that. Most people don't want to admit to it. And you think your doctor really gives a shit about you? Your doctor doesn't give a shit about you. He cares about making sure that he or she can process you within 20 minutes in and out of that office, and that you're billable. That's all he or she cares about. They don't care about your health. If they really cared about your health, they would be sitting down and talking to you for 45 minutes or an hour and a half, telling you on how to get healthy. I tell you how to get healthy, and it takes literally 4 hours to tell you the protocol. 4 hours. Now, of course, you know, I talk about other things and have news in between the discussion about how to build this protocol. But a doctor out there that you're going to see doesn't have the time or has the inclination to actually tell you how to get healthy. And every show that I do does. So you either listen or you don't. There's only two paths that you're going to be taking when you get older. The path of pharmacopoeia, where you're going to be on pharmaceuticals that have side effects and that will slowly lead you down a path of aging. You will age faster. Or you can listen to me and you'll have more vitality in your geriatric years. No one can guarantee you what age you're going to live to. But I do know this. There's only two paths for you. Pharmacopoeia or a holistic approach, and you follow my protocol. That's the only two paths you have. And one's going to have more vitality, and the other one is going to lead to a lot of problems. Now, if you don't want to listen, that's your own damn fault. All right, I want to hear maybe the national desk.
Breaking news, a couple shot and killed outside the Jewish Museum in Washington, D.C. You are watching the National News Desk. I'm Jan Jeffcoat. It's Thursday, May 22nd. Authorities say both victims worked at the Israeli embassy. We want to get right to Mark Boyle at the live desk for the latest information. And Mark, police describe this as a targeted anti-Semitic attack. And as we know, it happened right near the FBI's field office in D.C. as well.
Just a few blocks away. I also just heard from the D.C. police. They're not going to be releasing any more information this morning. No planned news conferences. I do expect that we should hear something, though, later this morning, perhaps this afternoon, from federal officials. Police describe this as an anti-Semitic attack. And it was, as you mentioned, close to those offices, Jan, a tragic scene unfolding around 9 o'clock outside the event there at the Capitol Jewish Museum in the nation's capital here in D.C. Investigators now identifying the suspect, 30-year-old Elias Rodriguez of Chicago. They say he opened fire on a couple of people, killing 2 young Israeli embassy aides. He then entered the museum. He was detained by event security. When he was handcuffed, witnesses grabbed their phones, and they could hear this guy screaming, I did it for Gaza. And you can hear it in this video as he says, "Free Palestine." Take a listen.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
And responding officers arrived just a few minutes later to this close-range shooting, and they found one man, one woman unconscious, not breathing. They tried to save the victims, but they couldn't. Now, Israel's foreign minister identified the victims as Yoram Lashinsky and Sarah Milgram. We have a photo of this young couple. They were going to be engaged in just a few days. Israel's ambassador to the U.S. revealed this tragic news that he had purchased a ring this week, and the intention was to propose to his girlfriend next week in Jerusalem.
I will say this. We are a resilient people. The people of Israel are resilient people. The people of the United States of America are resilient people. Together we won't be afraid. Together we'll stand, and we're going to overcome moral depravity of people who think that they're going to achieve political gains through murder.
Now, President Trump posted a message on social media saying these horrible DC killings, based obviously on anti-Semitism, must end now. This is a developing story. Absolutely stay with us this morning. We expect new information to break at any moment. Updates here at the live desk or online at thenationaldesk.com.
All right, now those are the 2 videos that I wanted to go over about this subject matter. But I think in the context of what I've been saying for a while, and that is, since Trump won the election, I am very concerned because of the restructuring of the national security state and the deep state being very antithetical to Trump, that we are creeping towards a 9/11 event that will be blamed on terrorists in the Middle East, most likely. The question is, how will, if this new 9/11 event will take place, and when and how? I don't think it's going to be planes. I don't think it's going to be even in New York, some other thing, but it's going to be like a 9/11 event where the national security state is going to be begging Congress for more power, more money, erosion of our constitutional freedoms, and it will launch a multi-year war in the Middle East. All right. Now, maybe it's somehow also tied with China. I'm not really sure. But the thing is that there seems to be a creeping feeling that is starting to emerge that maybe another 9/11 event will take place. Now, if people have been paying attention to me, you have these soul roots between Esau and Jacob, right? Now, we're in the strength of, they oscillate, all right, on an annual basis and also decade basis. It's like a fib sequence. It's like a golden ratio. But the strength of these 2 soul roots wax and wanes, all right? So there's a short-term fib sequence and a long-term fib sequence. It just so happens that this long-term fib sequence is moving towards the direction of Jacob in terms of strength and waning in terms of Esau. Also that's the long-term fib sequence. Also in the short-term fib sequence, from February, March, April, May, June, right, I'm sorry, it's January. January, February, March, April, May, June. No, February. No, it starts in February. Near the tail end of January, because it's based on a lunar calendar, it doesn't coincide with the solar calendar exactly. So it's the very tail end of January. So for Jacob. So you have to count February, March, April, May, June, July. That's the strength of Esau. Now it's April where you get the zenith for the strength of Jacob. I'm messing this thing up. Let me go back. There's two soul roots, Esau and Jacob. They oscillate, all right? Jacob's strength is right now, all right? And it started in February, March, April, May, June, July. August, September, October, November, December, January is the strength of Esau. The point I'm making is the zenith was in April for the strength of Jacob. The soul root strength of Esau is going to be at that October frame. So the chances of a 9/11, the point I'm making is the chances of a 9/11 event being in the strength of Jacob is small. It's stronger in the soul root of Esau. So that means August, September, October, that's the zenith. November, December, January. If you look at many things that have happened that were negative in the Western world, October and September are major data points, major months where bad things happen. So this is pulling that strength. The strength of Esau is using this period, this alignment. And the strength of Esau is allowed to have things happen. All right. So that's the reason why I think that a 9/11 like event could take place between August and January. So it's either 2025 or the very beginning of 2026. All right. Now, if you restructure the Pentagon and you have a 9/11 event right before the midterms, you're going to have the Democrats blame Trump for gutting the national security state and restructuring it. And therefore they may win in the midterm election and gain power in Congress. This is not out of the realm of possibility, especially when you start hearing these kinds of this news where you have individuals being targeted that worked for the embassy. Something is brewing. Now, can it be diffused? Will the white hats be able to diffuse it? I don't know. But something is emerging that is scary. All right, that I'm feeling here. All right. So it's really important. There's soul roots of nations and soul roots of individuals. And we're talking about a collective people here. Jacob, soul root, and Esau, soul root. And they wax and wane with a frequency of a year. But they also wax and wane in frequencies of 7 years, in decades, and centuries, and millennia. All right, because it's a fractal. But we're more concerned about exactly what is happening right now. And right now, Jacob's soul root is slowly declining. All right. Because we're past the zenith point. We're past April. So it's declining. And Esau's, even though it's still negative, it's becoming less negative in terms of strength. And eventually it's going to flip. And that flipping takes place in August. That inflection that takes place is in August. Pay attention. Pay attention. This is worrisome. And where else are you hearing this? Nowhere. Nowhere. Now, it's very Kabbalistic, it's very Zohar-ish, but I'm telling you, you look at world events, it coincides to what I'm saying. There's this fib sequence of the soul roots and the wax and waning of the strength between Jacob and Esau. All right. With that said, let's go to Bloomberg.
on, who's the founder and CEO of the company. And this is a language learning app. It's the most popular language learning app in the world.
It works.
It does work. I'm now addicted to it, which is the whole idea of the company. And we spent a lot of time talking about AI, a lot of time talking about the growth of the company. This is a company that the stock is up 200% over the last year, 60% year to date. It's got a unique culture. It's an AI first company. It's a tech company, but they're based in Pittsburgh because the DNA is of Carnegie Mellon.
Is that right?
There's breaking news. It looks like that there was a plane crash. It just happened about 26 minutes ago. A small plane crashed into San Diego neighborhood, setting multiple homes on fire.
Henry threw him out the door, went to Goldman Sachs. How did he land at Dua Lipa?
We go through that in the piece, actually. He has a great explanation as to what each of these previous roles taught him. It was really a cultural fit and a way to complement Luis Von Ahn as the CEO. It's a unique culture. They use the word unhinged a lot. They have this cultural handbook. And I don't know if you guys have caught their social media at all. I mean, they killed off their mascot during the Super Bowl. They resurrected their mascot. They've wiped all their social media lately because it's been taken hostage by the person who plays the mascot, Duo the Owl. And we talked a lot about the cultural fit that Matt was, because he was brought in to bring this company public. He also told us, this was interesting. We asked him, I don't know if this made the final cut, what would you do if you weren't a CFO? Check this out. He said he always wanted to be a poet, and that's what he thought he would have done.
Interesting.
Yeah,
But I mean,
peace, love, and dope. Okay, I've done Dua Lipa seriously, like things, and I've done Babel and Pimsleur and all that. I'm the worst language person. Alex Steele is really, really good at languages, and I'm not. I did Japanese for 2 days with Duolingo. I mean, help me here. How many people go down in flames with Duolingo?
You know, we asked him about that yesterday. The retention, he says, is really high. They have about 10 million paid users, and that's of more than 100 million overall users. So it's a freemium app, and what it does is you start for free. They show you ads. They can make money that way, but the real money making for them has to do when people upgrade to these different service tiers. And, you know, churn isn't very high. The retention rate is high. They figured out the way to send you notifications, to get you to do these challenges with your friends, to go on streaks. And they're also moving beyond language. So yeah, they have a ton of different languages, and you can learn languages from different native language speakers. So, you know, a Finnish person could learn Spanish, for example.
What's AI going to do? I mean, that's a summer. I mean, that's the hipster thing here.
This is
Tim Stenovic.
They are using AI language. So they have this character Lily, and you speak with her, and she speaks back to you in that language. And it's what we used to do when we were learning languages, you know, and we'd go changes. You're doing it.
All right, I don't really care about that. So let's go to live now here. I think they're talking about the tax.
We're at it all night and then even early this morning. Now, Republicans insisted that that more than 100-page package was about voters, sent them to Congress. Well, why they were sent to Congress and why they sent President Trump to the White House. They believe it will be rocket fuel, as one of them put to the debate, for the uneasy U.S. economy as we continue to see global markets responding to those tariffs that have been placed by the Trump administration. Now, the president himself demanding action, visiting House Republicans at Tuesday's conference meeting and hosting GOP leaders and the holdouts for a lengthy session on Wednesday at the White House. And we showed that as well. He made some comments as he was entering into Capitol Hill to some of the reporters that were staked out there. But before the vote, the administration warned that in a point-in statement, a failure to pass this bill would be the ultimate betrayal. Central to the package is the GOP's commitment to extending some $4.5 trillion worth in tax breaks that they formed during the president's first term back in 2017, while adding new ones that he campaigned on during his 2024 campaign season, including no taxes on tips, overtime pay, car loan interest, and others. Now, to make up for some of the lost tax revenue, the Republicans focused on changes to Medicaid and the food stamps program, largely by imposing work requirements on many of those receiving the benefits. There's also a massive rollback of green energy tax breaks from the Biden-era Inflation Reduction Act. And that's pretty much everything that went down this morning. We have a couple of live events coming up here, so I don't really want to pivot to anything too long-formed. Coming up at 10, we are expecting for Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, to speak at the National Maritime Day observance, so we are waiting out for that. And a few more live looks of some of the biggest news of the day. Back out live to this image that we have in Washington, D.C. and the scene there as we continue to wait for more updates on those 2 Israeli staffers who were shot and killed outside of a museum. We are seeing that there is some activity happening inside of the Capitol building. Let's head over there now.
Of life. Establish their work, strengthening them to honor you by serving others. Lord, make them agents of healing.
All right, let's go to MSNBC and their take on the House GOP reconciliation bill.
To the ones who carry us. Kate Spade.
It's a live picture, 16 in the morning. Speaker Mike Johnson on the House floor ahead of a vote on the Republican Party's massive spending package. That legislation passed through the House Rules Committee late last night after 21 hours of debate and amendments. Dozens of last-minute changes were made, including increases to the state and local tax deduction cap, that's known as SALT, also speeding up the timeline for new Medicaid work requirements. Let's bring in the host of Way Too Early, Ali Vitale. Ali, good morning. So let's talk about first what's actually in the bill after all this back and forth.
Yeah, you've got 1,100 pages of bill text and then another 40 or so in that much anticipated manager's amendment, which has most of the compromises that Republicans made with leadership in it. There's a lot to parse through, but some of the top lines here. The first piece of this, the top line spending number around $4 trillion, about $2 trillion in cuts. But the actual debt increase is the piece of this that we've heard a lot about from hardline conservatives. According to the Joint Committee on Tax, a nonpartisan group that works with the Congressional Budget Office, $3.8 trillion increase to the debt because of this bill. In large part, that's because of the tax changes that are made here. Extending the 2017 Trump set tax rates was a key priority. It's also one of the biggest things that adds to spending in this package. But another big point of contention was this SALT deduction cap. Now they've negotiated it that the cap will be $40,000. That's up from the $10,000 that was initially negotiated in 2017. That's a big win for people in blue states, people like Mike Lawler and others. So that was a key compromise point. Then also raising the child tax credit, no tax on tips. That was a big promise from President Trump during the campaign. Reforming IRS tax rules on U.S. hostages, personal privilege on this one because I brought you this story back in January. It basically means that if you are taken hostage or wrongfully detained, you're not going to get hit with some IRS fees on the back end of that detention because, of course, you couldn't have paid your taxes during that time. On energy and tech, terminating Biden-era clean energy credits, this was another point of contention. It now sounds like, according to the manager's amendment, this is going to happen sooner rather than later. That might placate some Republican members who were initially unhappy. Also, investing in U.S. AI infrastructure is another piece in the energy and tech sector. On healthcare, and this is what we've heard Democrats talk about a lot, even some Republicans concerned about this, in large part because by bolstering Medicaid work requirements and increasing eligibility checks, it means that people are going to fall off of healthcare coverage potentially and creates a lot of red tape here. Also, barring Medicaid and CHIP funding for gender-affirming care for minors, a continued attack on the LGBTQ+ community in this bill. Also, blocking Medicaid money from nonprofit reproductive health providers. When you hear people talking about defunding Planned Parenthood, that's this provision, and it actually costs Republicans $300 million to do that. So it's not a cost saver in the end at all, though it does complete a policy priority Republicans have been pushing for a while there. And all in all, this means that 8.6 million Americans, according to the Congressional Budget Office, again, a nonpartisan group that scores or predicts what the impact of the legislation is, 8.6 million Americans will be without health insurance. The fact that these Medicaid work requirements now phase in 2026, earlier than they initially had been written, that placates some Republicans, but it also means that this is now squarely an election issue, as if it wasn't already. On food assistance, it's a similar story. It cuts $260 billion to SNAP, that's the food stamp program, requiring states to share SNAP costs by 2028. That's basically a big overhaul to the basic funding of this system. It also tightens work requirements for SNAP recipients, similar to what we see them doing on Medicaid eligibility. And on this front, it means 3.3 million Americans at least will lose access to their food assistance programs, something else we're likely to hear from Democratic members. And on immigration, this is one of the key spending mechanisms outside of extending the tax cuts. $110 billion through the Judiciary Committee in immigration enforcement spending, $81 billion of that to DHS, DOJ, HHS, all for processing immigrants at the southern border. It also imposes fees on various immigrant actions. For example,
and this is an important point here. All right, $110 billion in immigration enforcement. If we didn't have illegal immigration, we wouldn't have to spend $110 billion. So it could have, go to individuals that really do need it in our society, that are citizens. Amazing. It's amazing. And of course, the Democratic Party is going to demonize Trump and this bill. But it's because of the Democratic Party allowing for a porous border that ended up forcing us to spend $110 billion in immigration enforcement.
A $1,000 fee on immigrants who are trying to claim asylum. It's one of the ways that they're trying to pay for this influx of cash into the immigration system. And we've also seen this, the fact that the top 10% of earners here, again, according to the Congressional Budget Office, will be the ones that ultimately benefit, the bottom 10% of earners, the ones to ultimately lose out here. Again, a talking point. And then we come to the margins, the fact that Johnson can only afford to lose 3 Republicans. It was 1 going into it last night, Willie, but now we also see that Warren Davidson of Ohio, just in the last 2 minutes, has put out on X that he is a no on this for deficit concerns. So if they have 1 more, maybe 2 more, that's where we could get into problems, but we'll be watching closely during this vote.
Well, you led me to my next question, Allie, which is, does Speaker Johnson have the votes? It sounds like even if he has this vote in the next hour or so, it remains up in the air. Is that fair to say?
It remains up in the air, but Willie, I got to imagine that the speaker, while he has been willing to be caught trying and failing before on the floor, he thinks it applies some pressure to his members to get on board. Ultimately, I don't think they're doing this vote if they don't have the votes. And so the only other person we're watching here is potentially Chip Roy. He's been critical of the bill, but he never tells us how he's going to vote in advance. But still, he could lose 3 and still be fine. We know that Johnson has had the president's backing on this the whole way.
All right, we'll keep a close eye on it. Allie, stay with us.
All right. Well, you don't have a porous border, you would save $110 billion. Amazing. All right. The equity market is trading at 5,860. VIX is trading at 20.32. So we have stress in the market. The USD Japanese yen is trading at 143.8. Oil is trading at $60.62 a barrel, and natural gas is trading at 3.3. So we definitely have, a little bit of stress, but the equity market is recovering a little bit from the session low. The S&P 500 right now is up 18 points. So it's about 0.3% up, but we'll see what happens. There seems to be a little bit of an issue with BITO. It's starting to go down in the intraday session. And Bitcoin is trading at, this morning it was trading at 111. Bitcoin now is trading at, it's still trading at about 111. So not a big swing at the moment. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and help support the work that I do. Again, I do this show for free, so you can learn about how to improve your health and also what's going on in the news. You get informed and details about what's going on in the market and how I am seeing and how the market is. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Max 35. Max 35 or the Max 14. It's 35 parts per million or 14 parts per million. And I have another one that's called Cleanse, and Cleanse is 30 parts per million. You take a teaspoon a day of any one of these, And what will happen is that you're helping your immune system. You gargle it, you swish it in your mouth, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and swallow. And what you're doing is you're improving the epithelial lining in your oral cavity and your oral pharynx, and you're helping that mucosal barrier. So you're helping your immune system and you're neutralizing. So what's really, and it improves your oral hygiene. So take it every day. If you're not feeling well, take a tablespoon or two a day. I've been taking Max 35 or Max 14 for more than 5 years. I take it every day, teaspoon a day. But if I'm not feeling well, take a tablespoon or two and then go back to your maintenance dose. But get the Max 14 or the Max 35 or the Cleanse. They're at different price points and different PPMs. The reason why I do that is so I can get these products in your hands based on your affordability. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. It's the first pillar of my protocol. This protocol, I call it the core. And this core protocol has 4 pillars. The first pillar is the Max 35, Max 14 or Cleanse. That's going to help boost up your immune system. The second pillar is C60. It's going to soak up free radicals. Very important. And we'll talk about that later. The third pillar is taking ashwagandha, turmeric, and lignans to boost up that immune system and help with your cardiovascular system. And the fourth pillar is Boomer Boost that will boost up those energy levels and rev up your metabolism. You take that and you stack it around it. You're customizing a protocol for you. And by getting data from your doctor, blood work, and other data like ultrasounds and stress tests and calcium screenings and cancer screenings, all these things, when you do that, you're getting data, all right? And you have a before and after, and you're getting the data and you're tracking it over time on how these protocols, these health protocols that I'm talking about, and these stackings are benefiting you. And if there's a targeted area, if there's a problem area for you, you can focus on that area, like cardiovascular or diabetes or neural health or gut health or skin, all right? But you need data, all right? So the thing is that make sure you go to your doctor, get data, pay attention to your blood work, pay attention to your ultrasounds, pay attention to your EKG. What does it mean, all right? And track it over time as you are taking these supplements and these stacks and applying a holistic approach. And you're going to notice your numbers are going to improve. And as you get older and as you do this over multiple years, you'll see other areas that may need to be focused for your protocol. All right? But the thing is that you'll notice in your data that over time, you are getting healthier. Your numbers are improving, and you're not on pharmacopoeia. That's the beauty of this. You're slowing down the aging process. And why does this work? It's taking it's taking knowledge gained from anti-aging research, longevity research, sports medicine, and my own experience in doing this, which I've been doing for a long time, like going all the way back to when I was 16 years old. All right. I'm in my 50s. All right. So you just pay attention to me and you'll notice that you are getting healthier. But it's really important to get data. Make sure you go to your doctor and get blood work, and you'll know your cholesterol, and you'll know your kidney function and your liver function. And when you get older, we were talking about prostate cancer, right? A few episodes ago because of Biden. Guys, hey, once you turn 45 or 50, you need to get a PSA test every year. Females, it's really important to do cancer screening. Cervical cancer, super important. Everybody should be doing colonoscopies. Why? If you catch it early, you're okay. If you catch it late, you could die. So just pay attention to your health. All right? It is doable. Now, if someone says, oh, you don't need to get colonoscopies and you don't need to, wrong. You need data. And when you have data, you can work the problem. If you don't know, how do you work the problem? All right. So pay attention to the stacks that I'm talking about, and regularly get checkups and see that blood work, and you're going to notice that your numbers are improving over time. It's that simple. All right. So if someone says, Dr. Paul Cottrell, how do you know this is all working? All you got to do is do a before and track your data over time, every 6 months, every year, and you're going to notice your numbers are improving. Your liver function's improving. Your cholesterol function's improving. Your kidney function's improving. All right. These are biomarkers that are telling you your body is healing. All right. It's really simple. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and don't be stupid. All right. Just follow my lead.
And the president may have to do some arm twisting in the Senate as well, just as he did in the House.
So talking my book here, I was really interested that they pushed forward the rollback for some of the clean energy tax credits. So the renewable investment tax credit and production tax credit is now going to be done in 2028 rather than 2029 and 2031. And there are other parts of that as well that have really put pressure on the clean energy guys. A lot of the clean energy projects are in red states. So how are Republican senators going to manage that?
Well, that's a great question, Alex, and it is something that really divided the caucus in a way because they do like getting that money, and it's sort of the same tension that we've seen in Republican and opposition from the president himself to the CHIPS Act and some of that funding and some of those subsidies. They like having the projects in their state, yet when they look at ways to find savings for this pretty expensive tax bill, they start looking for everything. And it's not only Medicaid, but as you mentioned, it is those clean energy projects and programs. They're trying to say that, look, we are going to accelerate the timeline, but not eliminate them entirely there.
All right. Michael, thank you so much for joining us. Michael Shepard, senior editor, Bloomberg News, joining us from Washington, D.C., talking about some tax legislation. A big move forward today for President Trump in the House. Now it goes to the Senate. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
Alrighty, let's see what else is popping up in the news here. CEO under pressure on tariffs. Dartmouth's Paul Argenti on retail's tariff messaging test. All right, let's listen to CNBC.
In every link, in every moment.
CEOs under pressure on tariffs, retailers in particular, trying to avoid spooking consumers, at the same time spooking or angering the president, who suggested recently that Walmart should, quote, eat the tariffs. For more on how businesses can message their messaging and their moves at the same time, I want to bring in Paul Argenti. He's the professor of corporate communications at Dartmouth's Tuck School of Business. Let's just first start with the bigger idea, which is we've heard from a number of retailers, Lowe's, Home Depot, Walmart, Target, you can go down the list. We heard Nike this morning say they're actually raising prices, but appeared to not mention tariffs. Should we all assume that all of this is tariff related? Those who are saying that they're not raising prices, how should we think about this before we even get into the messaging piece?
Yeah, definitely we should think about it in the context of tariffs because it's on all of those companies' minds, right? And I think this is where basic communication strategy is going to come in handy because you have a lot of constituencies to satisfy here. Start with your shareholders who, they won't want to hear about uncertainty or negative feelings about it. They want to know what you're doing about it. So you need to be transparent, proactive, adaptable, explain how it affects you. And I think that's exactly what we see them doing. I think Walmart is in the trickiest position, obviously, because the president, poked directly at them, for sure.
In terms, though, of how you can message to the president in one direction and consumers in the next and shareholders in the next, and if, in fact, you do need to raise prices, how would you do that?
Yeah, I think that's the incredibly fine line that companies need to walk. Walmart has openly stated they have a commitment to low prices, and they're going to figure out other ways to try to mitigate the effects of tariffs. They're going to acknowledge that there is an impact, but they're talking about the kind of strategic measures they're taking to try to deal with suppliers to handle this. And they're also saying they're going to absorb some of the costs themselves. I mean, that is music to the ears, certainly, of the president and I think customers. So I think that's how you do it. You have to try to figure out how to do it. But the most important thing here, Andrew, is that you need to be clear about what you're doing and why you're doing it, and explain how it affects you, and explain why you're doing what you're doing. And I think, you're going to be fine if you do that.
Paul, the other audience, of course, is the shareholder base. They don't particularly want to hear that you're going to be slashing your margins to eat all of the additional pressures and costs that are coming.
Right. And I think that the problem, however, is that there's no other way around this. This is going to have an effect on you, and you have to try to figure out how to deal with it. I think price increases certainly are going to be happening from some of these organizations, and we already see that happening. And that's one way to ameliorate some of the effects that shareholders will see from your actions. But you're in a lot of pressure here. You're between a rock and a hard place. And I think that threat from the White House forces your hand on which constituency you need to focus on the most and who you need to satisfy. I don't think you have a choice here, because the effect will be even worse if you don't do what you need to do here.
So, okay, let's just go through, though. I'm curious what you think the reaction will be. So you had Lowe's and Home Depot try to suggest that they are going to eat these costs. If in fact, and they've maintained their guidance for the rest of the year, if in fact, between now and the end of the year, their prices actually go up, or at least some of them go up, and they don't hit their guidance, they have to actually, or they come in on the low end of the guidance, do you think that the shareholders therefore will hold them accountable for that in some way? Or do you think they'll say, we understood effectively that you had to say that you weren't doing this because the other outcome is that the president would somehow come after the company and that would have hurt us in some other way?
Yeah, I think that's the logic that, unless they're living under a rock, you have to understand the pressure that's coming to these businesses and that they don't really have a choice other than to do what they did. And I think if they're savvy in the way they're handling it, and you're focusing on operational efficiency, supplier relationships, looking at the different kinds of investments you've made to already deal with this and before it even happened, I think you're going to be okay. And if the market chastises them for that, they're not paying attention to what's going on.
Paul, there are laws in this country about telling the truth, especially because disclosure laws. So. Yep. What I don't, and maybe this is an SEC that will not be prosecuting anybody just at all for other reasons. But historically, if there was a series of emails between the CEO and the CFO and a whole bunch of other people saying, we're probably going to have to raise our prices on this product and this product, and then they come out and they say, well, we're not doing that for whatever reason because they don't want to scare the president. Historically, in discovery, if that were to come out, that would be a problem.
It would. And your question is, will it be a problem now?
I think where I'm going with this.
I think you can pull a Nike and say, we always look at blah, 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 the overall environment, blah, blah, and we decided this makes sense now, blah, blah. You know what's more crazy, Professor Paul, it is when you hear President Trump say, well, Walmart better eat it because they made a lot of money last year, a lot more than this. That sounds like Elizabeth Warren. That does not sound like a Republican. That sounds like Elizabeth Warren saying, that's next thing you know, there's a windfall profits tax because they're making too much money. That's like crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, I think, though, he is feeding his base. There is sentiment there.
Populist, and it's not the only time we're seeing it, but it's like topsy-turvy, fair as foul, upside-down world.
Does that explain some of the action in the bond market? And Paul, I know you're not an expert on the bond market per se, but Look, people are saying, oh, nobody was paying attention to this when this was Joe Biden. People expect Democrats to blow out the deficits. They don't expect that from Republicans. This is a new breed of republicanism. And if you never have anybody who's going to cut back and say, no, we're not going to do this spending, it's a new world you're living in.
Totally. And you better get used to it and get ready for it.
There was at one point in the past, I did argue that how well the stock market had done for 20 years and how well shareholders had done while wages remained somewhat stagnant. And I could almost see making the case for, I mean, it's hard to imagine because it goes against Adam Smith and everything else, but I could almost see how in a populist world, people might actually nod about this, that the shareholders have done great. Let's have, let's try to rebuild the middle class that got hollowed out from all the jobs moving, overseas, and let's try. I could almost see how you make that case. I think that's people that are making that case are in President Trump's ear.
Yeah, and I think it also is kind of like a Nixon in China thing. You have a Republican conservative who's doing this. It's going to be a lot easier to get it done than Elizabeth Warren, for sure.
The Memorial Day sale is on at Raymore and Flanagan with up to 30% off across the store. Plus,
Alrighty, let's go back to Bloomberg here. The volatility, and I think it's going to be keyed off some of these macro headlines, whether that's something affecting interest rates, whether it's this bill that has now moved out of the House into the Senate, which, by the way, this is the end of the beginning, not the beginning of the end, in my opinion, in this process. And then also finally earnings. I mean, we kind of forget about fundamentals of individual companies. They actually came in a bit better than expected in the first quarter, but revisions did come down quite significantly for the second quarter. So I think depending on the time of the year, the month we're in, and we're going to key off of macro headlines or fundamental headlines, and then we have the trade component as well. So all of those things mixed together to, we think, continue some volatility, but take advantage of that where you have companies that know and understand and feel like are going to weather the storm.
Walter, what do you make of the stock market? It's seemingly we've round tripped almost here off of the 20% declines that we had earlier in the year when people were really trying to get their handle around what a world of tariffs means. Are we appropriately priced here? Do you think the market's ahead of itself, or is there still upside here, do you think?
Yeah, I think in the near term, the market's come a long way in a very short period of time, and is probably, as Jamie Dimon, I think, used the term complacent to describe investors. We would tend to agree with that. Where we are today, I don't think we're pricing in a lot of risk. We're pricing in a lot of deals that have been talked about happening, but haven't happened on the trade front yet. So what we've been doing is just trying to stay disciplined on our sizing within positions. So names that have run significantly in the past 5 to 6 weeks, that we have a target of 2.5%, and that weight's now well over 3%. We're running that back to model, as we call it, for example. So just trying to stay disciplined within the process and take advantage of the move that we've had and kind of reload for some more opportunities to come.
If we do get this big, beautiful bill passed and we get if we wind up getting deregulation and the Fed, as earlier today, could cut in July if tariffs come down to 10%. Is this like bull market? Can we finally look towards discounting all that?
Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah, no, but I mean, there's a long way from here to there, I guess I would say. So as it relates to the Fed, I think it's a stretch to say that we go in July, because you got to think about all this bill includes, is kind of pro-growth, post-stimulus. That's going to create upward pressure on prices, you would think, if growth improves. So I think the Fed's going to be on hold, so I don't think they're going to come into the picture probably till the fall. But yeah, no, listen, if you incrementally get this bill passed, the debt ceiling increased, if you get some trade deals, we're going to run up on that 90-day window in early July. So we've got to see some progress there. But yeah, it could create the catalyst for us to move up through those highs that we hit in February and beyond. I just think between now and then, we could see some downside.
Walter, thanks so much for joining us. Always appreciate getting a few minutes of your time. Walter Todd,
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Let's talk about the second pillar of the core protocol. It's C60. C60 is a very strong antioxidant. It is hundreds, if not 1,000 times stronger than vitamin C. Vitamin C molecule can only neutralize one free radical. C60 can neutralize hundreds, if not 1,000 free radicals, just one molecule of C60. So it's very potent. You take a teaspoon a day, every day. Take it on an empty stomach for best absorption. If you work out, take it before your workout. It's going to soak up the free radicals that you generate during your workout and help you to recover quicker. C60 comes in extra virgin olive oil, avocado oil, and also MCT coconut oil. Now, it has to be in a lipid, an oil, for you to be able to absorb this. So it's very important to take C60, the one that I have in my hand, all right? Some people out there sell powders, C60 powders. Guess what? That's bad for you, all right? It doesn't, you're not going to absorb it properly. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the C60. It has to be in a lipid, has to be in an oil. Now, you take it every day, take a teaspoon a day, all right? I've been taking this since 2016 every day. Take a teaspoon a day, and it's going to soak up the free radicals in your cell. That's going to reduce stress on the cell, so the cell is going to perform better. It'll also help with the mitochondrial health. And when you improve your mitochondrial health in your cells, even in your neurons, what's going to happen is your mitochondria is going to produce more ATP, and your energy levels are going to go up. Your tissues are going to perform better because it has more energy. If you take a look at people that age, some of the things that happen are their immune system goes down, their mitochondrial health goes down, their energy levels go down, they're atrophying, they're losing muscle mass, their cognitive function starts to go down, your endocrine system isn't performing as well. So you want to go upstream on some of the reasons why these things are happening. Part of the reason is that there's methylation of your genes. Your genetic profile, your epigenetic profile changes when you get older, but you can slow that down and have more youthful gene expression into your later years in life. So you want to slow down the methylation process. You want to reduce the stress on the cells, improve the mitochondrial health, bring up your ATP levels. And what happens is that your immune system and your endocrine system starts to perform better. So C60 will help with targeting some of these issues that you start to have when you get older. Free radicals start to build up when you get older. You actually rust, all right? You oxidize faster when you get older, all right? Well, you need to soak up those free radicals. So take C60 every day, all right? It's going to soak up those free radicals, boost up that energy level because the health of the mitochondria in your cells are improving, and you'll be thinking better. Why? Because you need lots of mitochondria in your neurons to produce those neurotransmitters and to have those neurotransmitters fire. And when you have that ATP, those neurons have the energy source to do their function. In addition, when you reduce stress in a neuron by soaking up free radicals, you're reducing the chances of the myelin sheath degrading. When you have a good, healthy myelin sheath, your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system will perform better. So it's really important to take C60, all right? It soaks up those free radicals. Now let's talk about the cardiovascular benefits of it. By soaking up free radicals at the blood level, at the serum level, what happens is that you're reducing the chances of oxidized LDL. When you reduce the chances of oxidized LDL building up, you're reducing the chances of plaque formation in your vessels. So you're helping your cardiovascular system by soaking up free radicals. So take C60 every day. Very important. Take a teaspoon a day. You can get it in a 2 ounce, 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. It is cheaper for you to purchase the higher ounce configuration when you look at it, the cost per ounce. Now, C60, again, you can get it in MCT coconut oil, extra virgin olive oil, or you can get it in avocado oil. But it's very important to take every day, and it's the second pillar of my core protocol. The first pillar is max 35 or max 14 or cleanse,
to boost up that immune system. C60, it's the second pillar. Soak up those free radicals, help with your vascular system, help with your tissues and your organ systems will perform better. Your glands will perform better. Your immune system will perform better. Your neurons will perform better. Your endocrine system will perform better. The third pillar is turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans to boost up that immune system. And the fourth pillar, Boomer Boost, that will boost up your energy levels and your metabolism. If you apply that core, you customize it, you're going to be able to slow down the aging process, have your endocrine system perform better, your neurons performing better, and your immune system performing better. And you're going to notice over time that you're actually getting healthier and you have more vitality and you can weather certain storms that may be, coming your way. All right. But the point here is that you can take charge of your health, and it is a holistic approach. It's not just about the supplementation. Stacking the supplements are really important, but it's also proper diet, proper exercise, proper sleep, proper mindfulness. You have a more positive outlook in life. If you have some spirituality or some meditative practice, it's going to bring down your cortisol levels. It's going to allow you to go into parasympathetic mode instead of sympathetic mode. If you're in sympathetic mode all the time, your cortisol levels are higher. That's immunosuppressive. If you're stressed, you're hurting your immune system. And if you're stressed, you're causing a lot of inflammation, and that's causing further problems with cardiovascular. So just take this holistic approach. And when you do this, you're actually having your body heal. Proper diet, proper exercise, proper supplementation. Stack these things the way I'm telling you to. Mindfulness, learn new things. These are all synergistic. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the C60. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. All caps, discount 5. You get $5 off any order. And stack these products. The more you stack them, the more synergistic effects you're going to get. And we'll be talking about that throughout this broadcast. But the core protocol is a really powerful core protocol. Now, I'm in my 50s, all right? And there's some people that are younger that are listening, and there are some people that are older than me that are listening, all right? But the thing is that you can benefit from my experience and my knowledge. What I've done with stacking these things and how to slow down that aging process. All right. So just pay attention, and you'll be fine. All right. All right. Let's go back to Bloomberg here. Oh, they're on break. Defense Secretary Hegseth speaks during All-American Week. And Al Jazeera is talking about Trump's visit to the Middle East. Let's just listen into what Hegseth's saying just for a little bit.
You are on our mind with the decisions that we make in budgets, in planning, in deployments, in orders, in reorganizations. We have you and your families in mind. We're also going to rebuild our military. President Trump is committed to historic investments inside our formations. Our promise to you is that when the 82nd Airborne is deployed, if we have to call 911 for America's response force, you will be equipped better than any other fighting force in the world. You should never enter and will never enter under President Trump's watch a fair fight. That's my promise to you. We will rebuild this military. And we're going to reestablish deterrence. Unfortunately, for a number of years, the world watched and wondered where American leadership and American strength was. They watched the war that was unleashed in Ukraine, or the attacks that happened on October 7th, just that same mentality reverberating just this last night, sadly, in Washington, D.C. We saw the debacle of what happened in Afghanistan. President Trump has said, by putting America first, we will reestablish peace through strength, and we will reestablish deterrence. And when I look out at this formation, the eyes of the men and women and these flags, I see the eyes of deterrence. I see the eyes of American strength. I see the eyes that will deter the wars that we don't want to fight, because we know we have a president committed, a commander-in-chief committed to peace, peace through strength. And my first platoon motto we ever had, which is one that you all know well, it's those who long for peace must prepare for war. You live that motto every single day on behalf of our nation, and I cannot thank you enough, express our gratitude enough for what you do. So, in conclusion, I'm going to turn to page 27.
All right. So there's some breaking news from Wall Street Journal. Supreme Court declines to allow state funding for religious charter schools. The vote was 4-4 with Justice Amy Barrett. I'm not sure how she voted. Recusal. So she recused herself. All right, so that's a breaking news with the Supreme Court. Starmer signs deal to hand over Chagos Islands. I believe Hegseth was against that, and Trump, and Rubio, if I remember right. Okay, let's go back to Bloomberg here. And the market update, the S&P 500 is trading at 5,843. VIX is trading at 20.76.
Really big. I think the way what we ended up deciding is that no modern American president has ever positioned his family to make this much money while in the White House. And you can't oversimplify it, either as a supporter or as a critic. You can't say, oh, what he's doing is crypto, or oh, what he's doing is licensing his name, or oh, what he's doing is going overseas, or what the family is doing is making corporate connections. That it really is, we ended up thinking about this as basically an atlas to what the Trump family is doing. It's to take it seriously and to really focus on the facts and on the numbers and on the places. It was real work, and it was actually, dare I say, even fun to work with Annie on trying to figure it out.
There you go.
There you go. So Annie, I mean, is this, I guess part of the question is, depending on how you look at it, is this legal? Is it ethical? What are the folks in Washington saying?
Well, when you look at the scale of what's happening, even just today, President Trump has announced that he's going to allow the largest holders of his meme coin to come to a special VIP event. So one of the challenges of working on the story was that almost week by week, there would be new details to add. And I think what Max and I found was that to go through each of these different categories, we covered real estate, we covered crypto, we covered this kind of grab bag of other ventures that the Trump family has become involved in. You have to go really deep into each one, and there's a high velocity of new deals coming. Now, from the ethical standpoint, what the Trump family has decided to do is they've issued an ethics plan for Trump's second term, as they did in his first term. The way that they've handled it is by putting President Trump's assets in a trust, which is overseen by his son, Donald Trump Jr. But there are some differences in the ethics plan of Trump's first term and his second term. This time around, as we note in the story, the ban on new foreign deals that existed last time is no longer in place, and you can see the new deals popping up all the time.
I found it very liberating, actually, to in our work, rather than putting ourselves in a position where we wanted to say Trump is the most amazing president and everything he does is amazing, or be in a position where we have to say Trump is the worst president and everything he does is illegal. What we tried to do is just to understand piece by piece the way the family is making money. And it was helpful to just use Trump's own words and own plan. Last time around in the first administration, he was unwilling for the family to do new deals around the world. This time, the family is embracing deals around the world. And by their own account, what they're not allowing is deals with foreign governments. And when Annie and I look closely, what we found is that there are some deals, especially in Oman, especially in Qatar, that really test the edge of that agreement. They are with arms of governments. Now, it may not necessarily be the Trump organization doing these deals. Sometimes there are entities kind of in between. There's this one developer called DAR Global. So what we're hoping listeners out there will do is read our story, because we really tried to very carefully and without kind of, without doing anything but the facts, just really tried to understand everything about this money-making machine.
Mm-hmm. So how much of this money-making machine
or not? It is legal.
are
So what are you worried about?
real deals based on like properties and hotels, and how much of it are like NFTs and capitalizing more?
You know, the thing is the Trump family lost billions of dollars because of the law, because of what was going on with demonizing his policies. And not only that, look at the same thing was happening with Elon Musk. Because he aligned himself with a certain America First agenda, there were ultra liberals out there that were burning down Cybertrucks in dealerships because they didn't like Elon. And Elon, when the market crashed and the Tesla stock was selling off, I think he lost $150 billion. $150 billion. Now, he made it up, but the thing is, this is the problem with a woke society. This is the problem where people think democracy now. A democracy in its purest form is tyranny of the mob, literally. What we have is a constitutional republic because of property rights. If you really want to pay attention to our history,
other realms too, like prediction markets.
And to be fair, what Donald Trump Jr. will say, and what he said to us is, I'm a private citizen. I've been a businessman all my life. It's ridiculous to expect me to stop doing what I do just because my dad is president. And then what Donald Trump will say, a White House spokesperson said to us is I'm transparent and I handed over this multi-billion-dollar empire to serve our country. The White House described President Trump as making a great sacrifice. I think it's really helpful, though, to just look at the numbers. And I just want to quickly mention what we found is that the Trump name is powering more than $10 billion of real estate projects since the re-election campaign began. A multi-billion-dollar valuation for this social media company, a money-losing social media company that just went public. Yep. I mean, you forget it went public last year, plus the money from crypto, plus the money from corporate connections. I think it's worth taking the time to kind of wrap your arms around it, because it really is sort of, I guess, unlike anything I've ever reported on.
And again, what I noticed is in this reporting that the first overseas trip President Trump made in his second term was to the Middle East. And I'm just looking at your reporting here. And when you talk about the real estate, it's Riyadh, it's Jeddah, it's Oman, it's, Simi Izma, which I don't know what that is. I think it's Qatar.
That's Qatar.
So there I see the connection. And, does it make sense that his first overseas trip would be to the Middle East? So interesting. Annie Massett, Max Abelson, reporters, Bloomberg News. This is the big take story here today. The Trump's family money making machine. Again, as Max and Annie reported, more than $10 billion of deals announced since his re-election.
the reality of the situation, because of the push of Trump and trying to brand himself and grow his family and raise the family in a decent way compared to other families, the Trump family is going to be the house of Trump. All right. Just like there's the house of Morgan or the house of the Rothschilds or the house of the Saudis or the house of Warburg. You have these families in American history or in, other countries' history where there is a forebear that really pushes forward and builds the house of the family. And the heirs
contribute and grow it. All right. Rockefeller is another example. So we are literally seeing that formation and passing the torch on that built the House of Trump. There is the House of Trump. Now, the liberals don't want to admit to it. They try to burn it down, literally. But the thing is that's what's happening. There's a blessing that's taking place with the Trump family, with Trump, with Donald Trump. God has blessed Trump. There's no doubt about that. But so now, is he perfect? No, he's not perfect. But the thing is we are seeing the House of Trump, and the House of Trump is benefiting from seeing something in the future that's going to add to economic prosperity and peace in the Middle East. So the Trump family it's very possible in the next 100 years, the Trump family is in the top 10 or the top 20 richest families in the world. I can see it happening. Totally see it happening. And you don't get that level unless you have been blessed. But you have a lot of people out there that want to just to demonize and not realize, there was this soul root thing that I was talking about, where it's the positive soul root of Esau, the negative soul root of Esau and Jacob and Ishmael. If you don't want to pay attention, don't. But Trump is definitely in line with benefiting from the Middle East. And I would not be surprised that his family in the next 100 years is going to be in the top 20 richest families in the world. All right. With that, let's take a look at, there's a commercial break. So let's talk about another stack that's really important for your immune system and your cardiovascular system. Turmeric is an antioxidant. It's going to soak up free radicals, but it also brings down inflammation. And by bringing down inflammation, pro-inflammatory cytokines, you're bringing down those pro-inflammatory cytokines, you're helping your immune system, and you're bringing down inflammation at the vascular level, so you're reducing plaque formation. So take turmeric every day. Taking turmeric also helps with joints if you have arthritis, and turmeric also helps you to recover. If you're not feeling well, you'll recover quicker. And working out, your recovery time on working out, because you're reducing that inflammation from that workout. Ashwagandha root brings down cortisol levels and also helps to control your blood glucose levels. Very important for your vascular system and for your immune system. And olive leaf extract, dual purpose product, brings down LDL levels and increases your HDL levels. Very important to control your lipid profile. By controlling your LDL and reducing inflammation, you're reducing the chances of LDL being oxidized to building up plaque. And olive leaf extract brings down that inflammation. So it's helping the immune system too. So a great stack is the turmeric, the ashwagandha, and the olive leaf extract. Stack these together, it's dual purpose. You're helping your immune system and your cardiovascular system. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. I just told you how to improve your immune system and your cardiovascular system. When you do this every day, it's a major, major improvement in your health. And like I said, the ashwagandha root, with proper diet and exercise, you're controlling your blood glucose levels. So you're mitigating issues with the diabetes. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Follow my advice. You know why? Because it works. I'm proof positive it works. All right. I'm in my 50s. Do I look like I'm 50 years old? No. All right. Let's go. All right. Live Now is talking about SCOTUS's public funding of Catholic churches
took part in the case.
Catholic charter schools.
Justice Amy Coney Barrett did not explain her absence, but she is good friends and used to teach with Notre Dame law professor Nicole Garnett, who has been an advisor to the school. The issue could return to the High Court in the future with the prospect that all 9 justices could participate. The court, following its custom, did not provide a breakdown of the votes, but during arguments last month, 4 conservative justices seemed likely to side with the school, while the 3 liberals seemed just as firmly on the other side. That left Chief Justice John Roberts appearing to hold the key vote and suggests he went with the liberals to make the outcome 4-4. The case came to the court amid efforts mainly in conservative-led states to insert religion into public schools. Those include a challenged Louisiana requirement that the 10 Commandments be posted in classrooms and a mandate from Oklahoma State School Superintendent that the Bible be placed in public school classrooms. St. Isidore, which is a K-12 online school, had planned to start classes for its first 200 enrollees last fall, with part of its mission to evangelize its students in the Catholic faith. A key unresolved issue is whether the school is public or private, though. Charter schools are deemed public in Oklahoma and the other 45 states and the District of Columbia where they operate. North Dakota recently enacted legislation allowing for charter schools. And they are free and open to all, receive state funding, abide by anti-discrimination laws, and submit to oversight of curriculum and testing. But they also are run by independent boards that are not part of local public schools. So we just wanted to get that there. Here, breaking it for you on this Thursday morning. Back out to this post, though, from the Oklahoma Attorney General, in which he says, in part, the Supreme Court has ruled in favor of my position that we should not allow taxpayer funding of radical Islamic schools here in Oklahoma. The Associated Press there breaking it that this vote today on Thursday effectively ending a publicly funded Catholic charter school there in Oklahoma. So we'll continue to follow more of this breaking news and bring you all of those updates. Again, it is possible that this argument is brought forth again to the High Court sometime in the future. Back out live to this image that we have here over in Washington, D.C. as we follow one of these other breaking news updates. And one of the biggest stories of the last few hours, at least here. Just before the commercial break, we heard from Attorney General Pam Bondi there, speaking to reporters down on the ground, discussing the investigation that continues to be ongoing. 2 Israeli embassy staffers shot and killed outside a museum after attending an event there just last night. Now, a suspect has been apprehended. We're waiting to learn more details. The Attorney General did comment that she cannot provide so many of those details because that investigation is ongoing.
All right, let's go back to Bloomberg. But before we do, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the probiotics that I have. I have a veggie cap version and also a powdered version. By taking a good probiotic, you're going to help reduce the inflammation at your gut level. You're improving the gut biome. You're improving your immune system. You're improving the communication between your gut and your liver and your gut and your brain. And you're able to absorb your nutrients better. You'll also notice that with a good gut biome, you're going to think more clearly, be less irritable, you'll sleep better, your metabolism will be better, and your skin will be better. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the probiotics that I have. I have it in 2 different versions, one in a veggie cap version and another in a powdered version. So please go to my store and get the probiotics. Another very important foundational supplement, not just the probiotics, which is foundational, is the multivitamin. Multivitamin is an easy to digest multivitamin, and these multivitamins are cofactors for enzymatic activity. So when you have the proper multivitamins, your cells are going to perform better because the enzymes that are in the cell are going to have the right conformation to perform their function. If you don't have the right concentration of these multivitamins, you're going to have subpar cellular metabolism. So it's really important to take a good multivitamin. This one's easy to digest. It has everything that you need to build that foundation.
and have that enzymatic activity. Now, it's important as a foundation to take a multivitamin and a probiotic, and then build off of that. You can add stuff to it, olive leaf extract or clarity factor, or magnesium and zinc. However you want to target it, but you need a foundation, and a good foundation is a probiotic and a multivitamin. Another great stack, like I mentioned, is the core protocol. Max 35, C60, lignans, turmeric, ashwagandha, and the Boomer Boost. That's a pretty powerful stack. And then you add in the multivitamin and the probiotic. So you can customize on my store, but you can also take a look at the anti-aging boxes and the longevity boxes that I've curated at different price points to target certain systems, like the cardiovascular box that I have, longevity cardiovascular box. Or I also have skincare box, right? So you can target all these different systems, but you can customize too. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the supplements, stack them appropriately. It's a holistic approach to slow down the aging process, to add more longevity. You're targeting different systems to improve, like your immune system, your cardiovascular system, your neural system, your GI tract. These are all very important for your overall health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, and you get $5 off any order.
Reporting initial jobless claims hitting a 4-week low. Data suggests businesses are comfortable with staffing levels, even with a clouded economic outlook. Right now, the S&P 500 unchanged at 5843. The Dow Jones Industrial Average 35 points lower. The Nasdaq 100, that is up 86 points, and that is a rise of 0.4%. Look who's making a comeback. Booksellers, the small independent booksellers. Yeah, believe it or not. Well, I'll give you a comparison. In 2016, there were 1,200 members of the American Booksellers Association trade group. Now, the ABA is saying they have over 2,800 members at 3,281 locations, and more than 200 of these bookstores are in the process of opening. Cool. And it has to have a little niche. Like you have to have, like there's one that the AP talked to, where she just sells books that have been banned by various school boards.
Well, there used to be one on the Upper West Side called Murder Inc. I think it's actually, no, I think it left. It was right on the corner. I mean, it was this little tiny thing, and you could go in, and the person who owned it knew everything about murder books.
Oh, it's great. And then you would go to, or Shakespeare, and then you go next door to Barnes & Noble. I'm like, what?
And then go to Eeyores across. Yeah, oh well.
Anyway, we check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. Your Bloomberg Business Flash, Alex and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney, live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube and also on the Smart TV. You find that under Bloomberg Originals is kind of where we are. Let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. I'm Paul Sweeney along with Alex Steele. We're joined by Bloomberg's Natalia Kenijevic. What are you looking at here, Natalia?
Let's start with Sunrun. The stock is down by 40% at one moment today. It was solar energy. Exactly. So at one point it was down as much as 42%, the most ever. Analysts downgraded the stock. Of course, it all comes as new House Republicans version of this tax and spending bill aims to end incentives on clean electricity production. Now, clean electricity tax credits for sources including wind and solar could end starting in 2022. This is earlier than planned. And also the bill would require those projects to begin construction within 60 days of the legislation becoming a law. Initially, the version offered those tax credits to exist until 2032. To Bloomberg Intelligence, this is basically can disincentivize those solar producers, renewable energy producers, just to invest in that industry, because it could drop below the threshold, which could stimulate.
Yeah, it's not great. It's definitely not good for these guys. What else are you looking at?
I'm watching healthcare industry. Hims and Hers Health shares. The stock is down by 5%. This is a telehealth company platform that sells obesity drugs. Early, it was down by as much as 11%. So people used to go to telehealth companies to buy cheaper compounded versions of this brand versus branded drugs, obesity drugs, right? Because insurance typically doesn't cover that. Now, Cigna, which is an insurance company which works with Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk, wants to cover how much people typically pay out of the pocket, which could be about $200 per month, and that could be really attractive for some consumers. And as a result, we do see the stock of Hims and Hers.
The reality of the situation is that if you lived a healthy lifestyle, you reduce the chances of being on these drugs. The whole point, it's the whole point of my protocol. So you can pick your path, pharmacopoeia or taking charge of your own health. Most diseases in the United States, most chronic problems that we are seeing in the United States is self-induced that can be corrected by changing a lifestyle.
And outlook leaves some room for a positive surprise. But at the same time, some analysts were really disappointed that there is no absence of guidance bump, considering that results came above expectations. It's down by 8% today.
All right, Natalia, thanks a lot. We super appreciate it. Natalia Knežević joining us from Bloomberg. For more conversations just like this, subscribe to our new Stock Movers reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere else that you listen. All right. What are we doing?
Let's go to Ira Jersey, because I want to talk about rates moving out. So,
thank you.
Again, the 30-year Treasury kind of jumps out at you here. We're up north of we're at 5.11%. That really gets your attention. It's been a while since we've been at these levels. Ira Jersey, he's to blame. He's the chief U.S. interest rate strategist for Bloomberg Intelligence. Ira, I mean, we don't talk much about the 30-year bond. We kind of peg everything to the 10-year, but I don't know, something well north of 5%, that gets people's attention. And I know rates around the world are soaring. Are people actually starting to pay attention to deficits and things like that?
Yeah, it's a big part of it for when you think about the fiscal situation, not only here in the U.S., but globally. I think there is some concern that there's going to be a lot more supply of sovereign debt, whether it's in Japan effectively with the Bank of Japan not buying the long end as much and ending its yield curve control policy that it had for the last few years. And then you think about places like Germany and some other very highly rated sovereigns maybe issuing a lot of debt in order to fund things like defense spending programs, thanks to some of the policies that President Trump's trying to get more burden sharing from those countries. So all of these things together, I think, have really have really caused investors to rethink what the shape of the yield curve should be, with the long end needing to be much higher. But do keep in mind the yield high, we haven't yet breached it. The yield high for this cycle is 5.17% that we hit back in late 2023. Not quite there, but getting awfully close.
Well, I was going to say, so we're at 5.1. I'm actually a little surprised that we're not even higher. And I appreciate we've had a chunky move yesterday. But do you think we actually breached that high, or is this like really the top here? No, we're going to breach it.
Yeah, so these are interesting levels for a lot of investors, particularly those at what we call liability-driven investors. So these are particularly life insurance companies, and in some cases, some pension funds, and others in terms of what we call vol sellers, so things like variable annuity accounts and the like. And when you reach these type of 5%, 5.25% level, it really fits a lot of mandates and people who need to book yields that are very long duration and meet those kind of actuarial requirements. So I do suspect that we'll see some nibbling here. Now, I think that we need another headline, another bit of either bad news on the deficit or maybe a slowdown in the economy that people worry that we're going to have even higher deficits than we currently project. And that could be the next impetus for another leg down in price, up in yield for the long end of the bond market. But regardless, I think one way or the other, the yield curve is going to continue steepening. That's been our call the whole year. We don't see any reason for the steepening to really slow down significantly, but it could turn a little bit more into bull steepening than kind of what we're calling twist steepening here, where short end yields are going down, long end yields are going up. That's probably not a situation that can be sustained for a very long period of time.
Ira, we've got the 2-year Treasury at 4%, the 10-year, let's call it 460. So let's call it 60 basis points of steepening there, 2s and 10s. Can you put that into context for us? Is that a lot? Is that a little? Is it good? Is it bad?
So generally speaking, when you go back for, say, the last 50 years of interest rates, well, let's take the 80s out of the equation, but let's say the last 40 years.
Very good to me, Ira.
me too. It was good times. I had very long hair back then, back down my shoulders. But we'll do that, Alex, for you. So if you look at interest rates, usually when interest rates are very high, you wind up with a very flat yield curve where you wind up with zero or even a little bit inverted of a yield curve. And then when the Fed's cutting interest rates, you tend to get a very steep yield curve. So we're not quite mid-range. 2s, 10s tends to be somewhere between 0 and 200 basis points, and we are there. Our fair value, for a variety of reasons, we have it around 75 basis points now. So I think there is the possibility that you can see a little bit more steepening in 2s, 10s, but that 10s, 30s then becomes much more interesting because to Alex's point, if we get another 15, 20 basis point sell-off in 10s and that yield curve even stays the same, we could be making new cyclical yield highs for the 30-year yield if that were to occur. So that's a distinct possibility. Now, again, not our base case scenario. I think that 517 will hold, but it's still something to look out for. And there's not a lot of we'll wind up going back to 2007 type of highs if we break that 517 level.
Wow. Okay, I know that's not your base case, but just knowing the relationship between equities and the long end, are we sufficiently pricing that kind of term premium into the equity market?
You'd have to ask Gina Martin Adams and Christine that from our equity team here at BI. But it's interesting because you have seen a disconnect between the normal relationship between fixed income and treasuries in particular and risk asset markets, right? Where you've seen sell everything or buy everything markets more recently. And I think that goes into the idea that in a slowdown, you wind up having much more supply, and then people worried even more and more about the U.S. fiscal there being a buyer strike. So, and if you get that buyer strike, you could wind up seeing both equities and fixed income actually not do particularly well. Now, I would presume that fixed income will outperform risk assets, but by how much is not as certain as it used to be. So things like risk parity type of trades have not worked out very well and might not work out that well in the future either.
Ira, thanks so much for joining us. Always appreciate getting a few minutes of your time. Ira Jersey, Chief U.S. Interest Rate Strategist, Bloomberg Intelligence down in Princeton, New Jersey. Red headline, crossing the Bloomberg terminal. Senate votes to end California gas car ban. They're going to send this bill to President Trump. So we'll have some more reporting on that. That's just crossing the terminal right now. Let's go down to Washington, D.C., get the latest reporting on what was a successful day for the House of Representatives passing their version of the tax bill. It now goes to the Senate. Tyler Kendall joins us, Bloomberg Television Washington correspondent. So, Tyler, just characterize how the House got this thing done this morning, number one, and number two. What are next steps?
Yeah. Hey, Paul. So it was really an all-night effort, and House Speaker Mike Johnson was able to get this bill through the House and by his self-imposed deadline of Memorial Day. And it did take some last-minute agreements as well as some wrangling from the White House ultimately to get it over the finish line. We should say not everybody was happy with this bill and not everybody voted in favor of it, including two of those fiscal hawks that we had been watching pretty closely, Thomas Massie of Kentucky and Warren Davidson of Ohio, two Republicans who have already said that they were concerned about what this bill would do to the deficit. At the end of the day, it was really two sort of pillars of agreements here that got this done. One was lifting the SALT cap from $10,000 to $40,000. That also will phase out for those that make incomes above $500,000, and that number will go up by 1 percentage point each year for the next decade. That was a very important part of ultimately getting this agreement done. The second part, of course, as you well know, has to do with the savings policies related to this plan. Those members of the House Freedom Caucus were able to move forward the Medicaid work requirements from 2029. Now they'll go into effect December of 2026, so next year. And then lastly, those IRA tax credits, clean energy tax credits under that Biden era Inflation Act essentially now will be rolled back more quickly. We're expecting those to be rolled back by 2028.
What's the path forward in the Senate timeline here?
It's going to be tricky. We'll see how it shakes out. They want to get the entire reconciliation package done by July 4th. That is the White House's self-imposed deadline. Lawmakers likely have a little bit of buffer room here because really the big deadline is going to be when the X date comes up, likely as estimates say in August. So perhaps they have a little bit of time on that one. We already know that there's going to be some big issues here. Senators have made clear that they're not totally happy with how the House bill is currently written. One, they want to see some deeper tax cuts. They want to see some of those priorities made permanent that are currently temporary. Think factory incentives as one example that would better in businesses. The other part of this is that the Senate doesn't really seem inclined to lift the SALT cap. Senate Majority Leader John Thune in the past really hasn't been in support of hiking that cap. But at the end of the day, we heard from House Speaker Mike Johnson early morning, who said that he has already made his case that it is going to be a delicate equilibrium, as he called it, in order to get this bill passed. He's using the thin margins that he passed this bill to make the case to the Senate that they really do need to keep some of this House bill intact if they want to see it ultimately passed and to President Trump's desk.
Tyler, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Tyler Kendall, Bloomberg Television, Washington correspondent down in D.C. Again, the House passing their tax bill today. The Senate will now take it up. And as Tyler was just reporting, kind of have a self-imposed deadline of getting July 4th, I guess.
You got to do it around holidays or else.
Then you're not leaving kind of thing.
It's
for
like,
the,
yeah. And then it's like, oh, okay, well, let's definitely wind up getting that
it
done.
worked this time. So, I mean, for Speaker Johnson, it was definitely a victory. I don't care if it's just by one vote. He got it done. Victory for President Trump. I'm not sure President Trump has the same influence in the Senate than he does in the House, because he spent, a good number of hours there a couple of days ago speaking with members there. So, I
mean, talk about whipping people into shape. I mean, President Trump / serious whip there. I don't know if he has the same kind of sway in the Senate as well. But nonetheless, it narrowly passes the House as we take a look here at the markets, with the NASDAQ down, up by 0.4%. But you know what, Paul? It feels like this is holiday trading 101 because not a lot of movement, not a lot of volume. Also not the same kind of move in the bond market that you might have thought. But as Irish Jersey was saying, like, we're not yet at the top of this cycle.
Well, it doesn't feel like Memorial Day because it's 52 degrees here in New York. It feels like 43.
I had the heat on last night.
What is going on?
But it was like 82 weekends ago, so I don't know what to make of that. All right, coming up, we'll be talking to David Kudla for his take on how to navigate these uncertain markets. This is Bloomberg.
All right, I'm going to go to CNBC. They were talking about OpenAI and this deal with Ives. I think it was a $6.4 billion deal that happened yesterday.
And Johnny Ive, the man who helped Apple design many of its most iconic products, including the iPhone, teaming up on what they hope will be the next generation of devices. Steve Kovac joins us right now with more, and there is so much in this story.
Oh my God, this is probably the biggest story. The first thing I said when this broke yesterday, I was just like, wow. I could not believe this was happening. And that's because Johnny Ive, he left 6 years ago. He left Apple to start this new design firm called Love From. And a few years later, he ended up poaching some of the top design talent at Apple, brought them over to his new startup. And now that startup is called IO, is being bought by OpenAI for $6.5 billion, at least in stock in OpenAI. And this really paints a picture of Apple under the Tim Cook era, which, by the way, the performance speaks for itself. Just look at the stock, look at the growth numbers. Massive success there. There's no question about that. However, there's also been this growing schism of thought around what's happening at Apple. This idea that the design forward, innovative hardware products has gone since Johnny Ive left the company. And now Johnny Ive is here. We just saw that video of him with Sam Altman. He and Sam Altman are saying, we've created this amazing new product that is going to kind of wean you off the iPhone. It's going to be focused on AI, all the stuff that we talk about Apple kind of missing out on. Johnny Ive is now bringing that as a potential rival over there. And at the same time, we've seen Apple kind of stumble out of the gate to get innovative products out. The Vision Pro has not exactly been the breakout product that Apple and so many other people probably hoped it would be. And then, of course, this year, that big artificial intelligence miss when they failed to deliver on that Siri upgrade. At the same time, we're seeing OpenAI, they're putting enormous pressure on themselves, guys. So they say whatever this mystery project is, they're saying what it's not. It's not a phone. It's not glasses. It's not something you wear, like that Humane pin that was a flop. This is going to be something else. And if they don't really knock our socks off here, this is going to look like a $6.5 billion blunder. At the same time, if they do knock our socks off, watch out, Apple.
Could it be socks?
It could be socks.
But
it could be socks.
Stocks, I was going to say, it's all in stock. So let's talk about the economics about
exactly. There's no cash here.
There's no cash, and I believe it's only based on a valuation of OpenAI. Is it $300 billion? Is that right?
Over that, yeah.
So ultimately, it's
diluted.
Well, not just diluted. All I was just going to suggest is there's a performance element to this, right? And then, according to the Journal today, Sam was saying to folks inside the company that he thought this could elevate them to become $1 trillion proposition.
Yeah.
And that we're talking about not just a device that's going to go, be
There's
millions.
like a third device.
But like hundreds of millions. Like he
said 100 million.
100 million. That's huge.
That's huge. But keep in mind, there are a billion iPhones in the world. So there's a long way to go from there. And he also didn't say, according to this Wall Street Journal report, we're not going to make 100 million overnight.
Right.
It's going to take some time to get there, but we're going to get there faster than anyone ever has.
I guess I'm just so fascinated by the speed dating, the trading and partnerships that is taking place here. If you look at Microsoft and how they're stepping away from Altman, and there's just the constant rotating dance partners and who's doing what your mission is. Keeping that form of magic, keeping that attention of the markets, it's tough to do.
And who better than that than Johnny Ive? And keep in mind, when he left the company, it was a brain drain within the design group, because again, he brought over two very top executives, Evans Hankey, his successor over there at Apple, brought her into this, and he named them by name. In that video that we were just watching yesterday, he said, we came up with it. We've kind of cracked the code to what an AI device should look like.
So why did he leave? Why not do that within Apple?
There are so many rumors about this. There's a really good book about this by Trip Mickle over at the New York Times, kind of talking about this schism between, the Johnny Ive school of thought, designed for Steve Jobs school of thought, and the operations focused Tim Cook, which again, massively successful, right?
I still need to know what it is. And if it's some implantable thing, what difference does it make? What kind of design it is?
Exactly. But can you imagine if this thing is a flop? How embarrassing that would be?
Think, but how much of it is, the one thing I was going to suggest that I was fascinated by was, if you watch the video, the design aesthetic, even of the video, is going to change the aesthetic and the feeling of ChatGPT and OpenAI. Meaning, part of what I think Johnny and his brilliance is this sort of sense of humanity that he actually brought to Apple, that the devices felt human in a way they didn't feel technical. When you see a Google device, for example, or back in the day you saw a Sony device or whatever, it felt like some kind of electronic thing.
Is it going to be a robot? Like
it doesn't sound like, it sounds like something more personal. That's at least what they're saying. And by the way,
but I think he's going to do that to the entire company, and that's the bigger point.
Because Love From, which is kind of separate from this IO company is going to be the design leader for all of OpenAI. I read that as even.
But you
the
could
apps,
feel it in the video.
hardware.
It was like it's a feeling, it's a vibe, and that's very hard to capture.
And it's very clear he sees Sam Altman as a Steve Jobs type of figure, where he did not see that with whatever he saw going on at Apple. There's a reason he got out of there.
Very interesting. We'll see what happens. But if they crack the code, then most likely Apple will take whatever Ives created and they'll make it even better. So I think still Apple has the better platform to move forward with AI, but they are behind the eight ball for sure. For the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the magnesium and zinc. This will help to boost up your immune system and help with your brain function. Magnesium is extremely important for brain function, and magnesium helps the efficacy of D3. So take the magnesium and zinc every day and stack it with the vitamin C. You can take the vitamin C and magnesium separately, but the vitamin C and magnesium with the magnesium and zinc is a great stack to boost up that immune system, help with the brain function, and the vitamin C also helps with your skin. So please go to my store,
the-studio-reykjavik.com and get the stack. Vitamin C and magnesium and the magnesium and zinc. Take them together, drink them with filtered water. Also, I have a great product that's dual purpose, and that is the structural nanosilver gels. The structural nanosilver gel in the tube form or in the quick dispenser, you can use it as an aftershave. You can use it to help heal a wound, like a cut, an abrasion, minor burn. It'll help to heal it quicker. You can use it as a daily skincare. Put it on your skin every day and then exfoliate later in the day. Great way to do it is to put it on at night and then exfoliate in the morning. If you're not feeling well or someone around you is not feeling well, put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your nose, around your eyes, around your ears, lightly coat your nostrils. It'll stay active for 5.5 hours and neutralize. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the structural nanosilver gel, be prepared, you never know when you need it. And just a little side note, if you're in an area that has poor air quality, lightly coat your nostrils with this and you'll be able to collect those particles and reduce that irritation that may be taking place. So that's what I did when there was the fire that was going on in New Jersey and there was very poor air quality a few weeks ago in New York. I put the structural nanosilver gel in my nose and to help to collect those particles that I was breathing in and also to reduce that irritation. And it was very bad. The air quality in New York was very bad with that fire in New Jersey. Now, another tip is to use the structural nanosilver gel to be able to breathe at night if you have a stuffy nose, all right, or you have copious drainage. You put the gel, lightly coat your nostrils with it, and it'll help to stop that drainage and reduce that soreness and that inflammation. And what will happen is you'll be able to breathe easier throughout the night. So that's just another tip to do. This is a great product, all right? It's a dual purpose product. Have some at home, have some at work, you never know when you need it. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the structural nanosilver gels. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. Now, what I would like to, I'll look up, I'll see if I can find that video with Ives and Altman. But in the meantime, let's go to Bloomberg.
Long-term bond yields, what we've been seeing here these past days. And so we like gold. We like gold for a lot of reasons, you know, from what's happening to it as a reserve currency to, so that's creating demand at central banks. The fear trade, it's the ultimate fear trade. So we've been bullish on gold, continue to be. We hold it in all our portfolios, full disclosure, all of our tactical portfolios. We're short JGBs. We're short Japanese government bonds. We've seen what's happened with the meltdown over there. And
are you short on the long end, David, for those?
Yeah, I'm sorry, on the long end, yeah. And as I've been talking about on the show for 5-6 months now, we like Europe this year. We think Europe's going to outperform the U.S. markets by a very wide margin.
And what's the catalyst for that, I guess? Because, or has that catalyst already worked its way out? Many say that, well, the ECB is going to be a lot more dovish than the Fed, and that's sort of the nice catalyst for Europe. But then you have John Williams saying today that potentially if tariffs come down to 10%, you could see that cut in July.
Yeah, well, I don't think we're going to see a cut in July. The forecast of 3 to 5 rate cuts over the next year or so, that's not going to happen. I'll take the under on that every day of the week. We're not going to see the Fed cutting. In Europe, the ECB is cutting. They don't have as much of an inflation problem. The ECB is cutting, and they have fiscal stimulus because of the pullback in NATO. So we have Germany has their own $1 trillion euro stimulus package, fiscal stimulus package. The EU and the euro together, another 800 trillion. So we have fiscal stimulus. We have monetary stimulus. Compare that to the U.S. From a fiscal standpoint, we have some help with the tax cut package, But from a monetary standpoint, this is the problem for the Fed. We've said often the Fed is between a rock and a hard place. They're between a rock and a hard place right now. If they were to cut right now, what do you think would happen? What would be the reaction function? We would see the 10-year and 30-year bond go higher. The bond vigilantes would come in full steam ahead, hotter than heck, and raise the long end of the curve. So what will the Fed do? They'll print. The Fed will print money. And that, that's going to add liquidity in the near term, but certainly not a good thing for the long term. We know that.
David, always great catching up with you. David Kudla, founder, chief executive officer, and chief investment strategist at Mainstay Capital Management. Red headline, crossing the tape here. Google faces DOJ antitrust probe over deal for AI technology. So those tech companies remain firmly in the sights of the regulators down in D.C. Let's check in with Stuart Paul, U.S. economist with Bloomberg Economics. He joins us here in our studio. We got some economic data here today, Stuart. I'm looking at the PMIs. They came in better than expected. That really surprised me. We just, the headline composite PMI came in at 52.1. The consensus was 50.3, and last period was 50.6. So the economy is hanging in there.
Yeah, I always take
you dig
PMIs
underneath the headlines.
I do a little bit, but more than anything, I take PMIs a little bit with a grain of salt because there are surveys talking about whether activity is increasing or decreasing. If you see a prolonged period where activity has been decreasing, there's a bit of a reversion to the mean because everything is being considered in the context of the past month's activities. So whether you're looking at the flash PMIs from S&P or you're looking at ISM, history really does matter, and a lot of what's going on under the hood in terms of inventory accumulation, everything in terms of production activity, new orders, it really matters month to month. This is not the sort of thing that makes me breathe this dramatic sigh of relief, but of course it's better to get that upside surprise than the opposite.
What does the bill do in terms of the deficit for the U.S.? What's your modeling?
So we're still estimating a material add to the deficit. If you start factoring in things like tariff revenue that comes from the West Wing, it's a bit less. I think that we're still charting a course close to 135% debt to GDP over the next 10 years or so.
And that's a lot.
And that is a lot.
Okay, just want to be clear.
That is a lot. And I think that that's part of why we're seeing a little bit of upset in the bond market. I mean, we were hearing something similar from Ira Jersey earlier this morning. So I think that, fiscal policy is still on an unstable and unsustainable trajectory.
You're an economist. I mean, come on. You guys always worry about that stuff.
That's his job.
I know, it's his job. Initial jobless claims, I don't know. The labor market still seems okay to me. What did you guys think?
Yeah, there was a small downside surprise in initial jobless claims. 227,000 additional claims during the previous week. What I'm most worried about, though, is longer-term unemployment. We're still seeing continuing claims rising, and that's going to add upward pressure.
So continuing claims,
to the
that
unemployment
is
rate.
people, as the name implies, it's not just this week. They're
Correct.
continuing over and over. So if you see that number trend up, that's not good.
It's not good. It means that it's taking more time for people to find jobs. It means that hiring is slow, even if firing is not especially fast. And that's enough to add upward pressure to the unemployment rate. That's enough to indicate to us that the labor market is cooling.
All right, Stuart, thanks a lot. Really, really appreciate it. Stuart Paul, U.S. economist with Bloomberg Economics. Just some breaking news for you. The Justice Department is now probing whether Google violated antitrust law with an agreement to use the artificial intelligence technology of Character.ai, which is a popular chatbot maker. The probe's looking at whether Google structured the agreement to avoid formal government merger scrutiny and whether the deal gives Google an unfair advantage in the AI ecosystem.
Stock's up 3%.
Okay.
It's one of those things. I don't know, but I'm not sure what to make of it. But I know somebody who does.
And that is?
Mandeep Singh, intelligence. So he's going to...
All right, we're going to listen to the video that Ives and Sam Altman produced talking about this merger.
I think we have the opportunity here to kind of completely reimagine what it means to use a computer.
Sam is
a rare visionary. He shoulders incredible responsibility, but his curiosity, his humility remain utterly inspiring.
Johnny is the deepest thinker of anyone I've ever met. What that leads him to be able to come up with is unmatched.
I moved to America drawn by the exhilarating optimism of San Francisco and Silicon Valley.
We are sitting at the beginning of what I believe will be the greatest technological revolution of our lifetimes.
I have a growing sense that everything I've learned over the last 30 years has led me to this place and to this moment.
Morning, John.
Hey, Sam. Good, how you doing?
So what is this announcement we're talking about?
2 years ago, John and I started talking about what the future of AI and new kinds of computers was going to look like. I was running OpenAI. Johnny's running a design firm called LoveFrom that had established itself as really the, I think, densest collection of talent that I've ever heard of in one place and probably has ever existed in the world. And it became very quickly apparent to both of us that we needed a third company.
A year ago, I founded IO with Scott Cannon, Evans Hankey, and Tang Tan, who are the most extraordinary engineers. They have built a team of remarkable subject matter experts that range from hardware and software engineering, physicists, researchers, product manufacturing experts. And so IO is merging with OpenAI.
Formed with the mission of figuring out how to create a family of devices that would let people use AI to create all sorts of wonderful things.
The first one we've been working on, I think, has just completely captured our imagination.
You know, Johnny called one day and said, "This is the best work our team has ever done." Yeah. I mean, Johnny did the iPhone. Johnny did the MacBook Pro. I mean, these are like the defining ways people use technology. It's hard to beat those things. Those are really wonderful. Johnny recently gave me one of the prototypes of the device for the first time to take home, and I've been able to live with it. And I think it is the coolest piece of technology that the world will have ever seen.
The products that we're using to deliver and connect us to unimaginable technology, they're decades old.
Yeah.
And so it's just common sense to at least think, surely there's something beyond these legacy products.
We have like magic intelligence in the cloud. If I wanted to ask ChatGPT something right now about something we had talked about earlier, think about what would happen. I would like reach down, I would get on my laptop, I'd open it up, I'd launch a web browser, I'd start typing, and I'd have to like explain that thing. I would hit enter and I would wait and I would get a response.
It sounds that he's taking some sort of wearable Siri device or Alexa device, and that there's going to be a voice recognition chat GPT capability. That's what it sounds like. And it's something wearable.
And that is at the limit of what the current tool of a laptop can do. But I think this technology deserves something much better.
So how did it all begin?
So my son Charlie was the first person in the family to use ChatGPT, and he said, "You've got to meet Sam."
I met Johnny's family relatively quickly after meeting Johnny, and they were sort of just like, it was an impossibly lovely family. And I was just thinking what a privilege it is to really connect with somebody new, and it hasn't happened in a long time.
Yeah.
And the reason I think that it happened is we had both a very strong shared vision. We maybe didn't know exactly where we were going to go, but like the direction of the force vector felt clear. And then this like deeply shared sense of values about what technology should be, when technology's been really good, when it's gone wrong.
I mean, that was in a way one of the basis, I think, for one of the reasons Sam and I clicked was despite our wonderfully different journeys to this point, our motivations and values are completely the same. In my experience, if you're trying to have a sense of where you are going to end up, you shouldn't look at the technology. You should look at the people who are making the decisions. And you should look at what drives, motivates, and look at values.
San Francisco has been like a mythical place in American history and maybe in world history in some sense. It is the city that I most associate with the sort of leading edge of culture and technology.
This city has enabled and been the place of the creation of so much.
The fact that all of those things happen in the Bay Area and not anywhere else on this gigantic planet we live on, I think is really not an accident. There's a lot of like weird, quirky details about geography that I think matter, that the way the city is set up.
You know, I mean, the absurd hills, why you would choose to actually put so much energy into building on this topography is insane.
I think there's something about San Francisco. You don't get to pick and choose freedom. Either you have you let creative freedom be expressed in all of its weirdness, or you don't.
I feel I owe this city such an enormous debt of gratitude.
I want this to be democratized. I want everybody to have it. I don't want it to be the tiny percentage of the population that figures out how to use bad tools and is really smart. I want anybody to say, hey, I have this idea and make it happen.
The responsibility that Sam bears is honestly beyond my comprehension. I have a sense of some of it. But I see him, and I have seen him over the last 2 years, shoulder that responsibility, I mean, late into the night. But what really struck me is what he's worrying about is not himself, and it's not his company. What I see you worrying about are other people, are about customers, about society, about culture. And to me, that tells me everything I want to know about someone.
You talk to people who use our latest model and say this is like genius level in every field, and you just have to put in the work to like pull it all together. But if you have a hard problem, you can have this like team of geniuses in all of their different disciplines, and they report, I'm 2 or 3 times more productive as a scientist than I was before. I'm 2 or 3 times faster to find a cure for cancer than I was before, because I have this incredible external brain. That just didn't exist 6 months ago. I think this will be one of these.
This is what I mean. What it is an extension. This is part of transhumanism. You're going to have a device that's on your body before it gets into your brain, right? This is the first step. But you have a device that you'd be wearing, that you will be asking ChatGPT to find something, ask it a question. All right. Now, if you're going to be building things like apps or code or a website or even doing research, you're not going to be doing it on the wearable. You're going to be doing it on a desktop or a laptop or a mobile or like or an iPad, maybe even an iPhone in limited sense. But it seems to me that whatever they're coming up with for their first product is a stripped down version of a phone. Now the phone has a lot of other capability that you may not even need. But I sense that there is something that you wear probably on a wrist or around your neck or embedded in some sort of clothing where you're actually, maybe if it's an earpiece, but you have ChatGPT with you that's tied to the Wi-Fi. And when it's tied to Wi-Fi, you can ask it any question. and it'll give you an answer. That's where I think this is going here. But it seems as though it's the beginnings of transhumanism.
Moments of just an absolute embarrassment of riches of what people go create for collective society.
I am absolutely certain that we are literally on the brink of a new generation of technology that can make us our better selves.
And then once they, and you got to remember, they don't have they don't have a gigantic user base, all right, compared to, and all the information about their customers like Apple does. Apple has a gigantic user base on their many platforms, and they have the history of their customers. And like I said, the game is the assistant, all right? Who can create a system where you ask your digital assistant, book me a flight, arrange an itinerary for a vacation, buy the groceries, and you don't do anything other than that? It automatically purchases it, it automatically sets up the delivery, it automatically sets up your itinerary, and gives you some sort of notification that everything's done. That's it. You don't type in anything in a computer. You don't, the AI knows your banking information, so it knows how to pay for it. That kind of integration with vendors, that's where this is going. So they must be making a device that's similar to an iPhone, that's wearable, but doesn't have as many apps on it, doesn't have, it's more like Siri or Alexa, but it's wearable. And it has some sort of, I would think that it would have some sort of headphone, earbud type capability, so you're listening, you can hear it. Now, maybe it's just an earpiece. Could be as simple as an earpiece. But once this device does get released next year, Apple will be able to get a clear direction on where their designs and their push in AI will take place. See, I've been thinking, like, Apple TV, if they created a AI device that's wearable, that's similar to like an Apple TV, but voice activated, and that embedded in that device are apps of different vendors that allow you to seamlessly plug into your own user data to be able to purchase groceries or vacations, but also get information from an LLM. Then you have a more digital assistant. So I feel as though Apple has over time, will be able to take the market share because of their large user base and the integration of their different devices. So we'll see what happens, but it is interesting what is emerging out of IO and OpenAI. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Omega 3. The Omega 3 is a supplement that you should be taking to help with your cardiovascular health. It'll help to reduce clotting. It will help to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. That means that you're going to reduce plaque formation. And omega-3 also brings down inflammation, systemic inflammation. It's great for your cardiovascular health. So please take the omega-3. And if you're 40 years of age or older, you need to start taking vitamin B complex. Why? The first 4 B vitamins helps with your mitochondrial health, and it'll help to boost up those energy levels. Very important for you. And it'll improve your cellular metabolism. And when you have better cellular metabolism, your tissues are going to perform better. And vitamin B12 is very beneficial for neural health. So please take vitamin B complex, help with your neurons and your cellular metabolism and your energy levels, and stack it with omega-3. It's a great stack. You're helping your neural health and you're helping with your cardiovascular health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, use discount 5, and you get $5 off any order. Click the link in the description of this video and all my videos to get to my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. It looks like there's going to be an update about the Israeli embassy staffers being killed in DC soon here. So we'll wait on that. So while we're waiting on that, maybe we can do another video here. The bond market is concerned about tax bill increasing the deficit. So let's go to CNBC.
Imagine making $453,000 in a single month as an affiliate marketer without.
It's great to have you. And as far as bond market goes, what sort of signals are you guys picking up that might be relevant for investors in all assets?
You know, it's interesting. We've been talking together all year about market volatility, and we've been talking it specifically in the equity markets. And now we're seeing it play out in the bond market. And the cause of the volatility is the same for both markets. It's uncertainty. So what I found interesting after the close yesterday is, can you believe the S&P is flat year to date? I mean, it doesn't really feel like it's been a flat equity market to me year to date. We've been whiplashed and chainsawed and roller coastered, and that's all around uncertainty. And we're seeing that play out now in the bond market, and that's specifically around the tax bill, right? Uncertainty about what it's going to look like, Carl, as you just said, after an overnight session, the bill was passed in the House, and now it's going to go to the Congress. But there's still going to be a lot of backdoor negotiations, and what is ultimately passed is not what it was that was passed this morning. But we look to the bond market is the grown-up in the room. And what the bond market is concerned about is this tax bill going to increase our deficit? We need fiscal responsibility. We need to make sure that if it's short-term tax cuts to offset short-term spending cuts, that will be okay and probably viewed positively. If it's anything permanent that's going to contribute to our deficit, that's going to be viewed as a negative. And we're just going to have to see what comes out, whether it's July 4th or whatever the drop dead date is.
But to your point, so bond market is acting, I mean, yippee is now the word, because that's what President Trump used after Liberation Day. But the stock market has held in mostly okay. I mean, we had that big sell-off.
The stock market's up 17.5%.
So do you think it's overdone?
Close. Well, it came back yesterday, 2%. It was 19.5% before yesterday. And we need to take a pause on the recovery. And again, try to find some clarity. Try to find some clarity on tariffs. Now we're going to need some clarity on the tax bill. The whole first 100 plus days in office has been about a little bit of push and pull. We announced tariffs, the market sells off. We announced the 90-day pause. The market has a huge recovery. Now yesterday with the tax bill and the concern about how that's going to impact our deficit. And it's not a short-term concern, it's long-term. You know, we can't have a 5 or 6% deficit with our economy growing at 2 or 2.5%. And what we're seeing also that I think is quite interesting is all of this uncertainty is leading to soft data and hard data having a huge disconnect. Consumers are not happy. Inflation expectations are up over 4.5% since November. The University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment Survey was down for the 5th month in a row. I think that came out last week. But the data is strong. Q1 earnings surprised on the upside, almost 13.5%. Inflation surprised on the downside. So we have a real disconnect right now with our investors and your viewers, and they're feeling very unsettled. And I think that's what uncertainty and volatility does. So our job is to not react to every headline. We see that in the equity markets, right? It's flat year to date. Have a long-term view, fundamental analysis, bottoms up for your investment professionals. Find companies that can withstand this environment and succeed. We've seen a broadening out in equity performance, which we like. The equal weight is doing better than the market weight, the S&P. We're seeing value outperform growth. We're seeing international for the first time in 15 years outperform the US. The one sub-asset class in equities that has struggled, but that we are still positive on, is the small cap space. We think ultimately that area will benefit from deregulation, which the administration has promised, and also from cuts, Fed cuts, which we're expecting in the second half of the year. So with deregulation, you seem a little skeptical, Carl.
Well, I'm just looking at, Russell's down almost 9% for the year.
Yeah.
We've given up. The Russell futures this morning have erased all the gains from the Geneva weekend.
And look, all the gains, think about all the gains we had after the election in November. Small caps took off once Trump was elected president, because I think everyone was so positive about the deregulation and what that would do for smaller companies with weaker balance sheets. But rates are staying higher for longer.
I was going to say, what's the bigger offset, the damage from high rates or the benefit of deregulation?
Well, I think hopefully in the second half of the year, we'll see both.
Do you want to know where to invest $1,000 right now? Well, forget about AI, quantum computing, electric vehicle. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nano silver toothpaste. This has no fluoride. It will whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, reduce inflammation at the gum line, improve your gum health, neutralize the pathogens that create plaque. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get this toothpaste. It is a very high quality toothpaste. There's nothing that you can buy that will be better than this. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get this toothpaste, get a few tubes of it for your household, and use it every day. Good oral hygiene is going to help improve not just your oral cavity in your teeth, but also your cardiovascular health and your valvular health. Very important. Also, go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Good Night Formula. This Good Night Formula is going to help you get into 3 cycles of REM sleep. And deep sleep, you're going to have deeper. Wait, I don't know, someone yelling in the background. I don't know what's going on. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Good Night Formula. This will get you into 3 cycles of REM sleep, deep sleep. You're going to be able to consolidate memory, detoxify your body, and be well rested. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
Over the shooting in Washington, D.C. that killed 2 Israeli embassy staffers, Israeli Cabinet Minister Nir Barkat.
There's no excuse in the world for creating terror, targeting innocent people like this. The world must wake up and collaborate together against terror and the roots of the terror.
The 31-year-old Chicago man who shouted "Free Palestine's" been arrested. Attorney General Pam Bondi.
We will follow the facts. We will follow the law. And this defendant, if charged, will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
The 2 people killed were a couple planning a summer engagement. Now to San Diego, where a small plane crashed into a neighborhood early this morning. More than a dozen homes caught fire. Mayor Todd Gloria.
We'll be supporting these families who are impacted here. They're part of the military community that makes up our city, proud partners of our community.
Only minor injuries on the ground, he says. Fatalities on the plane, that number not clear. The U.S. Supreme Court weighed in today on the bid by a Catholic charter school in Oklahoma to get public funding. CBS's Jan Crawford says it was a 4-4 decision.
When they're deadlocked, that means that the lower court ruling in the case will stand. And in this case, it was the Oklahoma Supreme Court, which ruled that taxpayer money could not go to these religious charter schools. So that ruling in Oklahoma will stand.
A federal judge has blocked President Trump's executive order to shut down the Department of Education and ordered the agency to reinstate employees who were fired in mass.
It's a great day to be an American. It's a great day to be a Republican.
The legislation extends the expiring tax cuts and includes more money for the military and the border. It eliminates taxes on tips and overtime. The bill also makes big changes to Medicaid. Johnson's message to senators:
To modify this as little as possible because it will make it easier for us to get it over the line ultimately and finished and get it to the president's desk by July 4th.
Stacey Lynn, CBS News, Washington.
The U.S. Senate voted today to block California's first-in-the-nation rule banning the sale of new gas-powered cars by 2035. And the U.S. Mint has made its final order of penny blanks and plans to stop producing the coin when those run out. President Trump has targeted the penny, saying it's too expensive to make. Right now on Wall Street, the Dow is up 76 points. The S&P is up 9 points. The NASDAQ is trading higher. This is CBS News.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the elderberry zinc lozenges. These lozenges, you can get them in a 21 count for each bag. Get a few bags for your household. Mitigate that irritation in your throat right away. You use these lozenges or drops during the allergy season, the cold season, or even if you have poor air quality. Mitigating that irritation right away to prevent further irritation and inflammation and upper respiratory issues. Very important. Moment you have that irritation, take the lozenges and the drops right away. So you get the elderberry zinc, or you can get the drops, which are smaller. And I have 3 different flavors. You can get it in honey and lemon, in cherry, and also in blueberry. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, get $5 off any order. It's a great way to save money, but also get these products. They're going to help you boost up that immune system and slow down, some of the aging that takes place. If you're chronically sick all the time, you're actually aging faster. So please listen to me. Use the drops. Use the lozenges. The moment you have that irritation, take them right away. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
Jail, but now he can get himself out.
I would like to give you an honorary Hennepin County Sheriff's
The sheriff gifted him a giant key to the jail. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
The Chicago Sun-Times and Philadelphia Inquirer have apologized for running a syndicated summer reading list. Turns out the writer used artificial intelligence and non-existent books were on it. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
House Republicans passed the bill. Now comes the hard part. Welcome to the Thursday edition with the ink still drying on the president's big, beautiful bill. We'll let you know what's inside. Coming up in a live report from Capitol Hill, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall is standing by, and we'll have insights from Mike Dorning on our Capitol Influence team about what comes next, because big changes are expected when this legislation gets to the Senate. And we'll talk about that with Republican strategist Alex Conant from Firehouse Strategies. Donald Trump has a big night tonight, hosting a couple hundred wealthy crypto bros for a private dinner with the president, raising new questions about conflict of interest in this administration. We'll get into it with our panel, Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis. And it's all after a look at Wall Street. We start, as always, with the markets and the voice of Wall Street. Here's Charlie Pellet in New York.
Here's what's going on. We got one big, beautiful bull today with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. 7-point run up right now on the S&P, reversing earlier losses, up now by about 0.1%. The Dow up 56, up 0.1%. NASDAQ higher by 108 for NASDAQ. The composite index up 0.6%. NASDAQ 100 index up 0.5. Russell 2000 up by just about 0.1%. The Bloomberg Max 7 index, tech stocks surging, that index up by 1.1%. 10-year at 4.55%, with the 2-year 3.98%, the 30-year 5.06%. Gold down $20 the ounce, $32.94 on the precious metal right now, down 0.6%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 1.3%, $60.79 a barrel. And Bitcoin now at 111,450 on Bitcoin, up now by 2.9%. Yes, a record on Bitcoin. The focus very much on Washington today. Investors are concerned that President Trump's signature tax bill that narrowly passed the House will boost the nation's already swelling deficit. Gabriela Santos is chief market strategist for the Americas at JP Morgan Asset Management. She was interviewed on Bloomberg Open Interest.
So we do think the tariff storm has really calmed down. We just, of course, still need to understand exactly the impact on both the real economic side, the inflation side, earnings. But quickly, the narrative, the market attention has pivoted full on into this reconciliation bill and all of the details of it.
And, of course, a whole lot more coming up right here on Balance of Power. On an update for the rest of the market, clean power stocks are plunging. Investors there running for the exits. Case in point, Sunrun, it is down now by 39.7%. Sunrun is America's biggest rooftop solar energy company. Also moving lower, shares of Solar Edge Technologies down 21%, and Enphase Energy down 18.4%. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Lots going on. Once again, your host here is Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, great to see you. Charlie Pellet, watching Wall Street for us every day here on the fastest show in politics. We'll get back with Charlie a little bit later on this hour. Everybody's keying off the bond market right now, including, well, the stock market, with eyes on what happened last night and early this morning in Washington. The big, beautiful bill cleared the hurdle, 215 to 214. The tally here, it happened when a lot of people were waking up. The Rules Committee finishes a 21-hour-long hearing. Can you imagine? Lawmakers are falling asleep left and right. And the speaker said, we're going for it. Brought it to the floor early this morning, before most people even left the House, and spoke with reporters when it was over. Here's Mike Johnson.
We look forward to the Senate's timely consideration of this once-in-a-generation legislation. We stand ready to continue our work together to deliver on the one big, beautiful bill, as President Trump named it himself. We're going to send that to his desk. We're going to get it there by Independence Day on July 4th, and we are going to celebrate a new golden age in America.
So that's the deal here now, right? We're going to get it on his desk by July 4th. That assumes a lot. We're going to walk through what's actually inside the final product, at least on the House side. Don't consider anything final. Everything's going to move. Senate's going to make changes. Everyone's going to get banged up over it. They're going to go into conference committee, and it is likely the House will have to vote again, and that might be a lot more difficult than this one was. Even though folks like Chip Roy and others in the Freedom Caucus ended up being yes votes, they may not be when the Senate is done. Or could it be the other way? Maybe the Senate kicks out the SALT cap. They lose a bunch of moderates while they're at it. We want to be careful here because a lot can change, but it's important to know where we're starting here in the House. And that is the good work that Tyler Kendall is doing on Capitol Hill. She's with us right now from the Cannon House office building, the very rotunda where you see the lawmakers talking with us on a daily basis here. Tyler, it's great to have you. I know you've been up for many hours here. Let's get the nuts and bolts on what's in this bill, and then I want to talk to you about a couple of things. The fact of the matter is the Trump tax cuts will be extended. The SALT cap will be lifted. Medicaid will be cut. How am I doing so far?
Yep, you got really the big headlines there, Joe. Of course, this will extend the 2017 tax cuts that are set to expire by the end of the year. Also makes good on some of those campaign promises, such as temporarily eliminating taxes on tips and overtime pay. Includes some other sweeteners that we've been following, such as incentives to build factories in the U.S. But at the heart of it were the two latter items that you mentioned. One, lifting that SALT cap from $10,000 to $40,000 to get those Republicans from high tax states like New York, New Jersey, and California on board with this plan. And then the other part was to get those fiscal conservatives that really need to see some deeper savings policies, as they call it, in order to get their vote on board. One, that includes moving forward those work requirements that now start December of 2026. That's next year, of course, up from the 2029 originally proposed timeline. And then the second is speeding up the phase out of those clean energy tax credits under the IRA. Those will start in 2028 now, and also a more expedited timeline here. Now, to be sure, as you said, all this could change, and not everybody is happy with this current plan, but it's ultimately what needed to get done in order for the deal to get over the finish line amid what was heightened pressure from this White House.
We heard from Tom Massey, of course, the thorn in the side of Donald Trump at almost every turn here, the Republican from Kentucky who was always a no, remained a no. He said this bill is a debt bomb ticking, Tyler. Congress can do funny math, fantasy math if it wants, but bond investors don't. We don't have to get into the bond market right here, but I wonder how Mike Johnson managed to turn so many other no's into yeses. I already mentioned Chip Roy, Ralph Norman, another one. Was it the changes to Medicaid that brought them to a yes?
Right, and we should also mention that the other no was Warren Davidson, a Republican from Ohio, who also yesterday took to X to highlight the bond market. I can also say that I asked Tim Bitchute, who ended up being a yes earlier this week, whether or not he was watching the bond market. He said ultimately he does think it's a canary in the coal mine, but then he decided to vote for this bill. And so at the end of the day, it does seem like perhaps these speeding up of work requirements got enough of these fiscal hawks on board, as well as the heightened phase out of those IRA tax credits. But we should also note that there was some late night sort of dealing with the White House. And our indication is that perhaps there are some other deals to work on future legislation or perhaps future executive actions with this administration that could address the deficit. It was interesting to see President Trump post on Truth Social shortly after his meeting with some of those House Republicans last night, refloating perhaps the idea of privatizing Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae. Things like that, perhaps we should be keeping our eye on about how this administration is going to talk more holistically about raising revenues as one option. But at the end of the day, as you're talking about this, we're going to have to see how it all shakes out, whether or not the Senate really is going to get on board with some deeper spending cuts or fiscal, perhaps, responsibility, because we're talking about deficit spending in the House. When we look at what the Senate is looking at, there's going to be some heightened concerns from fiscal hawks there, because they're already talking about changing some of those savings policies.
Sounds busy up there, Tyler. I keep hearing about jet fumes. Sounds like a lot of people are still around. Tyler Kendall is live on Capitol Hill, so you don't have to be. We need her in that rotunda, Tyler. Thank you so much. As we add the voice of Mike Dorning now, we need to talk to a voice of experience now that we've gotten this far. Helps to run our Capitol Influence team here at Bloomberg. Mike Dorning, they actually cleared the hurdle. Mike Johnson says they'll have it on the president's desk by the 4th of July. Does he need to talk to John Thune about that?
Well, that's an ambitious goal, but they have kind of created meet, which is to get it done by August. And that's because they've attached the debt limit increase to it. And there's a warning that if you don't increase the debt limit, it could be a default as soon as August or September. So as long as they keep those things together, it's going to help motivate the Senate to get it done by August, and you say we're going to get it done by July, and it's like, you know, when you hire a contractor, if they say July, maybe August.
Yeah, right. Of course. You've seen a lot of these negotiations go down. Just what are your impressions on what happened in the last 24 hours to get Republican members like Chip Roy to vote yes, realizing they may not like what comes back from the Senate, but they got it this far.
Well, they all like having the tax cuts. This is not a group of people who...
So were they never really no's?
They never really wanted to say no. They all wanted to get to yes, but they wanted what they wanted. I mean, Chip Roy, the conservative hardliners talk a lot about deficits, but what they really want are the tax cuts. But they do care about the deficits, and they want to get the spending down. The SALT Republicans, they do care about that SALT, but they want the tax cuts. The ones who are concerned about cutting Medicaid too much don't really want to cut Medicaid too much, but they really want the tax cuts. And Johnson wants to get it done now. Trump wants to get it done now because God knows, you know, Biden was popular, could get a lot of stuff done early, but then by the end of his first year, it was harder for him. They want to strike while the moment's hot. So the people in the, like Trump and Johnson and Thune, want to get it done now. And those other people they knew that the deadline was the end of the year. So you're kind of, by trying to get it done now, you're trying to make sure they make their concessions now.
Hakeem Jeffries says Democrats just won the midterms this morning. Is he right?
I think that may or may not be true. I think
he thinks he's got a good story to tell, though, when it comes to Medicaid cuts, doesn't he?
I think probably the thing that will matter a lot more for who wins the midterms is what happens to the standard of living of the American people. Is there going to be too much inflation because of tariffs or something else? Are people going to have a bad economy? That will have a lot bigger impact. But, you know, this does give them a talking point, and they can cast this, and they certainly are energetically casting it as, you know, give to the rich, take from the poor.
Right, exactly. The big question, one of many big questions, of course, is what lasts after this bill goes to the Senate? What's coming out of this bill? And we're going to talk about that coming up with Republican strategist Alex Conant. Mike Dorning, thank you. You probably haven't slept in 3 days or something, right? It's the man editing all this stuff at 1 o'clock in the morning, or in the case of this morning, when did they pass it? Was it 7, something like that?
So luckily, someone else ought to do the boarding stuff.
All right, so the mayor is starting to talk about the Israeli staffers killed. So let's just listen in here. This is a New York mayor talking about it.
But in response, the NYPD is surging counterterrorism officers and critical response commands out of an overabundance of caution. In addition to deploying heavy weapons teams to Jewish cultural institutions and house of worship, and enhancing coverage to Israeli diplomat facilities, we also did this periodically after the attacks on October 7th. But let me be clear, we are doing this out of an overabundance of caution. Deputy Mayor of Counterintelligence is monitoring any chatter, and the police commissioner will be sure to deploy the manpower that's needed to protect sensitive location. In the last year and a half, we watched the hate bleed out onto our streets, onto our college campuses, and now at our cultural events.
All right, so we're still waiting for the actual news conference. I believe that's in DC. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagen. This is a dual purpose product. This will help with your skin, your hair, your nails, your joints, your cartilage, your musculature, and your bones. So please take the collagen. It's a powder. You get a big scooper in here. Take it every day. You can mix it with soft foods like hummus or yogurt. You can mix it with filtered water or milk, a smoothie, but take it every day. Do resistance training and help with that musculature, your joints and your bones and your skin, your hair, and your nails. Please go to my store and get the collagen. Very high quality product. Another great stack to help with your neural health is taking ubiquinol. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can purchase. Ubiquinol is an antioxidant. So it's going to soak up free radicals. It's going to help with your mitochondrial health. It's going to boost up those energy levels, And ubiquinol helps with protecting your neurons. You should be taking ubiquinol every day if you're 40 years of age or older. Also, NAD Plus is a great supplement to boost up your NAD Plus levels. NAD Plus will increase your energy, help to repair your DNA damage, and NAD Plus protects your neurons. So stack ubiquinol and NAD Plus together, protect those neurons, increase that neural health. Also stack NAD Plus and ubiquinol with C60 or resveratrol. Those are also great stacks. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the supplements, take them the way I'm telling you to, and get healthy. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order.
And making sure we have the proper law enforcement procedures that are in place. The people of Israel and the people of the United States are resilient. We share an unbreakable bond because of that. May the memories of the victims be a blessing, and I'm praying for their families and their loved ones. My mother used to say, a dark place is not a burial, it's a planting. Let's use this opportunity to build on safety, tolerance, and peace. And let this moment where we sow seeds of peace in our city, in our country, around the globe, let this show the world true evils of anti-Semitism. Make sure it never happens again. And again, I want to thank Reverend Sharpton. Early this morning, probably the first thing that was on his mind was to state that.
All right, let's go back to Bloomberg here.
By 2.7%, part of a broader tech rally today that's seeing NASDAQ up 0.7%, the NASDAQ 100 index up 0.6%, S&P keeping it all in context up 14 now, up 0.2%, Dow Industrials up 84, also higher by about 0.2%. Wall Street is showing signs of stabilization just a day after that Treasury sell-off that shook markets around the globe. The 10-year 4.54%, the 2-year 3.98%, 30-year at 5.05%. Gold now down $17 the ounce. Spot gold down 0.5%, $32.97. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1%, $60.93 a barrel. Bitcoin a record there at 111,440 on Bitcoin, up today by almost 3%. BYD, China's top-selling EV maker, sold more electric vehicles in Europe than Tesla did for the first time, overtaking the American brand that long led the continent's EV segment. Today, BYD, the ADR is down 0.3%. Tesla shares up 2.4%. Again, recapping the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, they're all higher, and the S&P up by 0.2%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcasts. And Balance of Power continues. Right now, back we go to Washington. Once again, your host here is Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Watching Wall Street for us at World Headquarters in New York, the great Charlie Pellet, the voice of Wall Street and the New York subway, incidentally, which we can talk about another time. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. It's good to see you here. Just hours after the bill passed the House, 215, 214, the magic number on the big, beautiful bill. The president's happy, and so is the speaker. I can only imagine what John Thune is thinking right now as it now heads next door to the Senate. Interesting, when we do the math, 215, 214, a couple of Republicans missed the vote. Did you hear about this? These were not just any Republicans, by the way. Andrew Garbarino, right, of New York. We've talked about the SALT caucus so much on this program that you know the name by now. Was not only involved in getting the SALT cap lifted, but he was dealing with the clean energy tax credits and was a pretty vocal player in the negotiations here. Didn't show up for the vote. Spokesperson for Garbarino says after sitting through proceedings all night, the congressman briefly stepped out and inadvertently missed the vote. Speaker Mike Johnson, asked about it later, said, no, he fell asleep in the back. He was in the room. No kidding, he said. I'm just going to strangle him, the speaker joked, but he's my dear friend. How about that? After all that work, you slept through the vote? As for Congressman Schweiker, did not respond to a request for comment, but Johnson said the Arizona lawmaker arrived late to the chamber. Too late to have the vote counted. But they still got it done, even with that happening. Cleared it by one vote. So the question that we're asking today is what survives? What comes out of the bill? What does the Senate do here? And that's why we want to turn to Alex Conan, Republican strategist, partner at Firehouse Strategies, and a voice of experience at times like this. Alex, it's good to see you.
Yeah, good to be back.
This conference committee ought to be a riot. Senators don't have the same priorities that House members do in this case. What do you see coming out? Is the SALT cap the first thing?
Yeah, look, I think you had a real delegation in the House that cared a lot about the SALT caps. You don't have that in the Senate. You don't have a bunch of Republicans representing high income tax states who really care about the SALT caps. So you're going to see pressure on that. I also think they made some changes in how they treat pass-through entities, for example, that I think a lot of Republican senators are going to have issue with. So there's going to be changes to the SALT. There's going to be changes to Medicaid, because I think a lot of was more moderates in the Senate who care about Medicaid and how that funds their states. It's going to be a different bill, but I think the big picture is going to be largely intact, because there's a reality, like they have to get it done.
Tax cuts.
They're not going to let the tax cuts expire, full stop. And they want to do all the spending stuff. So they have to get it done. They want to get it done. They're going to make tweaks. There's going to be some significant changes. And then there may be a conference committee, as you mentioned, which, I think would be where they can come together, or the House may just take up the Senate bill if they can.
That would be
the cleanest way, and probably what they want to do. Look, they're going to pass it. And so I don't think be surprised. I don't think onlookers should be surprised that this bill is going to go to the president's desk. It's going to change, but it's not going to change drastically.
You drop the SALT cap, you lose the moderates. You start making changes, tinkering around with Medicare, restore some of that funding, Medicaid rather, move back the work requirements. Thank you. You lose Chip Roy and members of the Freedom Caucus. This could be a more difficult vote the second time around in the House, no?
Look, it could be. I give a lot of credit to Speaker Johnson and his leadership team getting it through this. Look, I think as of 48 hours ago, people thought there's no way they're getting this done today.
Yeah.
You had both.
We heard the bill was falling apart.
You heard the bill was falling apart. You heard the moderates were saying no way. You heard, there's as many as a dozen conservatives who were saying no way. People were really dug in. And look, he brought everyone to the table. And I think people realize the longer this hangs out there, the harder it's going to be to pass it. And Speaker Johnson made some savvy political moves in the last 48 hours. Clearly, the president coming up and really bringing some necks, twisting some arms helped. But I give the speaker a lot of credit. I think this was harder than getting the final bill done, because the final bill done is, look, do you want to let the tax cuts expire or not?
Okay.
It's a negotiation. And look, he proved to be, I think, a much better negotiator than a lot of people expected.
Well, maybe I'll ask you this question a bit differently. You upset the SALT caucus, you upset the Freedom Caucus. Is raising the debt limit, knowing that that is a real deadline, we've got a next date approaching, is that potent enough to override all the rest of these concerns?
Look, nobody wants to raise the debt limit, at least on the Republican side of the aisle. They know they need to. They know the president.
Raising it by $4 trillion.
Yeah, well, they don't want to do it again in 6 months. So they're going to raise it as much as they can get away with within their caucus. Look, I think they have to raise the debt limit, and they have to extend the tax cuts. So this bill is going to get done. It's going to change. Look, I think there's a lot of things inside the bill that are going to get tweaked in the Senate, but ultimately it's going to go to the president's desk.
Fascinating. This being, of course, a Republican exercise when it comes to reconciliation, it's a little bit different than a lot of other debates where Democrats are going to be involved and there's a greater negotiation to be had. But this is still a bonanza for Washington, right? This passage today gets the gears turning in the whole apparatus across the town. K Street just woke up. And a lot of money is going to be spent on trying to preserve elements of this bill and to try to remove them. Bring us inside that conversation. How does that work?
Well,
and what's it going to be like?
It's not like K Street didn't wake up yesterday or this morning, right? Like
they've been billing constantly.
I think everyone has known since 2017 that the tax cuts were going to expire this year. 2017 was a big year for corporate America. I think 2017 was unique because everyone was seeing their taxes get cut as part of that bill. The corporate rate was coming down. There were tax cuts across the board, individual tax cuts. The only people that really didn't see it go up were the people from the SALT states. But there were a lot of winners in 2017. I think there was a recognition early in this tax process that you're going to have winners and losers this time around. This is not going to be an across the board tax cut. It is a tax cut, but it's really a tax extension, right? So the corporate rate, for example, is not changing. Corporate America is not getting a big tax cut here, at least from compared to what they paid last year. And so, yes, you do see corporate America and other taxpayers, whoever's paying taxes, engaged, but it's a different fight. It's more about it. It's more of a negotiation here. And you're seeing winners and losers. This morning, look, the clean energy guys did not come out well last night, and their stocks are getting hammered this morning as accordingly. Sure. I'm sure that they will be putting a lot of pressure on the Senate. And look, there's going to be a lot of Republican senators from states that have big clean energy footprints that are going to be receptive to that.
Absolutely.
And so, look, I think when we talk about there's going to be tweaks along the way, I think those are the kinds of tweaks we're probably talking about.
That's fascinating. So, and I'll add another layer. We haven't talked about this yet this hour. The president's going to be holding an event later on today at the White House with RFK Jr. This is the MAHA stuff, right? This is going to be the unveiling of a report on how to make America healthy. And there's an expectation that the health secretary is going to call for, and we've heard this a lot of times, the removal of certain food dyes, maybe even fertilizers. This is something that corporate America is going to have a lot to say about, isn't it?
Well, I think corporate America, I also think consumers, people like red M&Ms.
Well,
right?
yeah.
And so and they like having cheap food and processed food. While I think they're, as the secretary is going to lay out, there's questions about some of the health long terms. There's also, the added benefit of having cheap food, especially in an era where people are already concerned about grocery prices.
And if you're a farmer worried about tariffs, they're going to take your fertilizer away here.
Well, I mean, and look, you're seeing within the Trump administration a lot of pushback by USDA, by the Agriculture Department on that specifically, because look, we have to produce a lot of food, and if the farmers don't have fertilizer, it's harder. It's not going to work so well. So look, I think I'm interested to see what RFK says today. He's already facing pushback from within the administration. I think you're right. Clearly, there's going to be food manufacturers and grocers who are going to have concern. I also think there's going to be consumers that have concern, because I think people, at the end of the day, look, I'm a Republican. I'm a classic small government, limited government conservative Republican who really doesn't like the government telling me what I can and can't eat.
Sure.
Now, I want to have the information, and to the extent this is all about making more food, what's inside food more transparent, that is pro-free market. I'm all for that. But to the extent this is telling me what I can and can't eat, I think a lot of Republicans, not just, forget about just your average consumers, but I think a lot of Republicans in Congress, that's going to make them a little uncomfortable.
Enter Kirk Vashaw, who runs a company called Spangler Candy Company. They make sweethearts and dum-dums, lollipops. Not a fan of this idea. He told the Wall Street Journal, this is fascinating, "I'd rather get cancer than eat the bug," referring to an instance when his company used this coloring that came from insects. How many Americans feel that way when they hear this conversation in Washington?
Look, I think Americans want to eat healthy food. I also think they want to eat their M&Ms.
Right.
And so again, I think if the end result of this is that people have more information about what's inside the foods they're eating, I think you're going to see a lot of support for that. And we've seen that over the last couple decades, right? Like better nutritional information, not just on food, but the things we drink.
Yeah.
In some places, the restaurant menus and the like. I think for the most part, consumers appreciate that. I think consumers push back when they're told, "Hey, you can't drink that much soda. You can't eat that much food." That just is not popular. Americans don't like being told what they can.
It also doesn't seem to be the Trump brand. But he's going to stand up there with RFK Jr. today.
Well, again, like RFK Jr.'s endorsement was a really big deal in 2016, and Trump knows it, and Trump's going to pay him back.
He's not going to let him near the Big Macs.
I mean, well,
I'm pretty sure about that.
There'd be a lot of it, not just the president. I think a lot of Americans would actually do that.
Can they get this done by the 4th of July? This is the line today.
What's
the new deadline that the reconciliation bill is on his desk by the 4th. Not just a vote, but it's actually
in theory, no reason they can't. I think people were skeptical when they said they were going to get it out of the House. Yeah, I think the Senate's.
All right, so it looks like they're going to start talking about Israeli staffers killed. I'm not sure if this is looks like it's still in New York. Let's just listen in really quick here.
Us coming together, we are heartbroken and outraged by the tragic and senseless killing of these two individuals who were in the beginning of life, their future.
This is just... All right, we're going to go back to Bloomberg here.
Warehouse strategies as we prepare to assemble our...
All right, they're doing a break, so let me just do a plug. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. and get the heirloom barley. This will help to detoxify your body, bring down inflammation, soak up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. Take it every day. You get a big scooper. It's a high density protein. This is a barley that you're not going to be able to get at a grocery store. This is a special barley. Take a full scoop or a half a scoop each day, mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, or even milk. Take it every day, detoxify your body, bring down inflammation, and soak up free radicals. Extremely important to do every day to help the health of your body. And by bringing down inflammation, you're helping your immune system and your cardiovascular system. You're helping your joints. Really important. Now let's talk about clarity factor. Clarity factor is going to get rid of that brain fog. It's going to allow you to concentrate on tasks in school or at work or even at home. You can take this even if you're retired. It's really important to take this every day for younger or for older to get those neurons firing, get rid of that brain fog, drink it with filtered water, and apply a holistic approach to your life. Proper diet, proper exercise, make sure you filter your water, stay away from processed foods, mindfulness, proper sleep. These are all very important. Take this supplement, Clarity Factor. It's going to help with the neurons firing, creating those neurotransmitters. And the more that your neurons are firing, right, you're going to have positive neuroplasticity. When you have positive neuroplasticity, you're going to think faster. You're going to have less brain fog. You're going to be able to sleep better. You're going to have better memory. It's very important to take every day. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Drink it with filtered water. Myotrol, very important, especially if you're age 40 or older. Take Myotrol to express the genes that are needed to build muscle and to maintain muscle. It also helps with mitochondrial health. It has polyphenols, flavonoids, and lignans. Take it every day, stack it with gladiator barley, and that will help you to build muscle even more. Very important. You can take Myotrol if you're an athlete or not an athlete, younger or older, and you'll get benefits from building muscle if you're working out and you're training for a sport. Very important to take. And again, if you stack it with gladiator barley, you get added benefit. But even if you're not an athlete and you're just older, you need to develop the ability to build more muscle. And that means proper diet, proper exercise, do resistance training, and take the proper supplementation. And you need to take Myotrol to help with that gene expression. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Stop that muscle atrophy, build muscle, maintain muscle. Really important into your geriatric years. And resveratrol. Resveratrol is a supplement that I've been taking for decades. It is a antioxidant. It's going to soak up free radicals. It's going to help the health of the mitochondria. It's going to boost up your ATP levels. And by boosting up those ATP levels, you're also going to have those cells performing better and those tissues performing better. And you're going to have youthful gene expression, and you're going to get rid of cells that are in senescence. So it's very important to take every day. It does help with your neural health, and it stacks really well with C60, NAD+, resveratrol. Resveratrol also stacks well with ubiquinol. Resveratrol stacks well with Clarity Factor. This is a great neural stack. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take the resveratrol, stack it, like I said, with NAD+, C60, ubiquinol, Clarity Factor. These are all powerful stacks. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got some dip buyers coming back into the market despite lingering fiscal worries. S&P right now higher by 9. That is a gain of about 0.2%. Cautious comeback for the equity market. And NASDAQ up 114, up 0.6%. And the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares now little changed on the day. The 10-year with a focus on Washington, 4.54%. The 2-year, 3.98%. The 30-year, 5.06%. Gold now at $33.04 the ounce, down 0.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.8%, 61.07 a barrel. Bitcoin at $111,000, up 2.9%, a record today for Bitcoin. Weekly jobless claims are down, even as economic uncertainty rattles Wall Street and Main Street. And with more, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
The Labor Department says initial jobless claims hit a 4-week low, 227,000. The data suggests businesses are comfortable with staffing levels despite increased tariffs and the impact of federal government budget cuts. The upbeat report covers the Labor Department survey week for its monthly employment report. Just the same, universities and businesses that have lost federal funding are cutting jobs, as are major firms like Amazon and Nike. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
And speaking of jobs, sources tell Bloomberg that Walmart is cutting corporate staff in the company's headquarters in Bentonville, Arkansas, and other offices. Many of those said to be tech jobs. Walmart shares little changed, up by about 0.1%. Urban Outfitters, the retailer after earnings, surging now by 22.5%. Ralph Lauren after earnings up 0.6%. BJ's Wholesale Club Holdings down 1.3%. Rival Costco reports a week from today. Costco down by 0.3%. Recapping stocks higher. S&P up 8, now up 0.1%. The 10-year 4.55%. Balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here is Joe Matthew.
Okay, Charlie Pellet, watching Wall Street for us every day here on Balance of Power. Thank you for joining us on the Thursday edition. You made it to the threshold of Friday. Yeah, it's Little Friday here in Washington. We still have one more. Everybody said the same thing when they showed up this morning. It's only Thursday? That may have something to do with a 7 a.m. vote today in the House. So 1 o'clock in the morning, 21-hour-long Rules Committee hearing. They did finish it, by the way. Not to mention the 10 o'clock at night thing they did in the Budget Committee. It's been interesting times here in Washington, and they're pushing the clock still on getting the bill, now that it's passed the House, through the Senate. And in fact, well, back through the House again once these two versions come together and on the president's desk by the 4th of July. We'll see about that. An aggressive timeline, we can all admit. Alex Conant just told us it was perfectly realistic. But some things are going to have to take place between now and then. And if you ask Chip Roy, who, by the way, voted yes for this, member of the Freedom Caucus, pushed for changes and was a holdout to the last minute, specifically when it came to the Medicaid cuts. He's hoping that the Senate finishes the job. He just came out with a statement a couple of moments ago. He says we must reduce deficits much further, even as we continue to work to fully repeal the IRA's unreliable energy subsidies and reduce the damage done by Obamacare's Medicaid expansion. He talks about reducing provider taxes to end the unnecessary inflation of costs in healthcare. Capping the statement, I stand ready to work with my colleagues in the Senate to continue to get this bill right before sending it to the president's desk. It's our first chance to play it to the panel. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us. Of course, Bloomberg Politics contributors. Rick is our Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital. Jeannie, Senior Democracy Fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. So, Rick, they got it done. And a lot of questions now about whether Chip Roy's wishes will be fulfilled. You spent a lot of years in the Senate. They're not too concerned about what the House thinks right now, apparently. What changes are coming?
Yeah, if anything, I think the Senate's been uber respectful of this House process. We know that John Thune wanted a different process. He wanted to cut these bills up in separate pieces and pass them independently. But, he's going to get what he's going to get. And it's highly likely that the Senate will enact its will on this bill, whether it's a full swap out where the Senate takes up the House bill and then puts an amendment in that swaps out it entirely for a Senate version, or whether they just amend it so heavily that guys like Chip Roy, who are like dependent on the Senate to change the bill, he's going to be right. They are going to change this bill But it'll be interesting after they've changed it, which will be in contrast with everything Chip Roy's been trying to accomplish. Less spending cuts, as much spending as there is. These guys are going to walk the plank again. I mean, at some point, someone's going to scratch their head and say, "Methink they doth protest too much." A little Shakespeare today on the show. At some point, Chip Roy and his friends on the Freedom Caucus are going to be seen as total bullshit artists. I mean, at some point, they got to either vote against this stuff or shut up.
Wow. Rick just laid it down, Jeannie. I never thought we'd have to bleep our own panel here. Are you, as a Democrat, this is a real question, are you hopeful that the Senate will make this more palatable, specifically when it comes to Medicaid?
Yeah, I mean, we can always dream, but the reality is that this bill is this is a completely Republican bill. Chip Roy is barking up the wrong tree if he thinks that the Senate Republicans are going to make this more palatable for him. Democrats are certainly not holding out for that. The reality is this bill is a crime if you think about the issue of the debt and the deficit and what we are doing to our children. It is a crime if you think about what we are doing to the poorest people in this country. It is a crime if you think about what we are doing to issues like healthcare. So this is all around a Republican bill. They are going to have to own it. And this is why Hakeem Jeffries said last night, this is what we will be talking about. This is what Democrats will be talking about going into 26. And this is why Republicans are going to be running away from it very, very quickly.
Well, so do you doubt the timeline here, Jeannie? Because you've got the debt ceiling hanging over everybody's head when this comes back to the House.
I don't doubt the timeline. I think, look, January 4th is possible. Is it going to happen? Hard to say. On the debt ceiling, you already have people like Rand Paul and Ron Johnson saying they never wanted these tied together. So, who knows what happens there? Even Rick Scott said he is not particularly pleased with that. John Thune, just like Mike Johnson, can't afford to lose too many of these folks. So it's going to be tough for John Thune. But the reality is, in the end, they are going to get something through and they're going to jam the House. And if history is any guide, the House will end up eating it. But the problem is all those people who have been barking about not wanting what's in this bill because their jobs, their seats are on the line, are probably going to lose those seats anyways. So they probably should have, if they really are very, very committed, done what Tom Massey did, which is stick to their strong beliefs. But, we only had 2 go there and 1 vote present.
What are they saying in New York about Andrew Garbarino? Jeannie, this is amazing to me. He spent such a great deal of time helping to work out the increase in the SALT cap, to advocate for clean energy tax credits, and he slept through the vote.
Hey, listen, they've been working long and hard. No, I mean, I don't think it's ever a good look if you're on any job and you are sleeping.
I'm going to go to CNBC on oil. Let's just listen in on this.
I'm obviously very happy down here.
Some pressure this morning. Reports indicating OPEC Plus discussing an output hike in July. Carlisle's chief strategy officer of Energy Pathways joins us now. He's Jeff Curry. Jeff, good to see you. They're talking about what the IEA discovered that there's some missing oil demand, I guess. What's going on here?
Yeah, just a little bit, like 300 million barrels over 3 years. And I think the key point there is, the surplus that everybody's been waiting for and trying to price in today never materializes. This market continues to drift higher despite the fact that you have so much bearish rhetoric around OPEC. Oil is the one asset that has not returned to pre-Liberation Day levels. It was at 75 pre-Liberation Days, trading 65 right now. I wouldn't be surprised we move back up into those pre-Liberation Day levels. Why? If you look at the increase in OPEC exports, They have not gone up, they have gone down. So despite the fact that they've raised production now 800,000 barrels per day in terms of the quotas, the actual exports in the markets are gone down. Inventories are low. Refining margins are very strong right now. Market is short. That's a recipe for a market potentially moving higher.
All right. You know, back in March, I think you put out a long piece in which you said peak oil has already arrived as a peak trade. What do we make of that trade right now?
You know, when we look at, you know, the situation around oil moving, you look at China. China is not increasing its exports from around 12 million barrels per day for quite some time. And so what we argue is that the tradable oil moving around the world is going to be constrained. It doesn't mean we're bearish oil, but what we argue is that the restrictions around wanting to consume oil for security reasons in places like China are going to remain high. Now, that does not apply to India. So we still see demand growth coming out of places like India, but places like China, you've likely seen peak oil trade. And so when people argue, going back 20, 30 years ago, peak oil was, we're going to run out of oil. And then peak oil became peak demand, meaning that we have too much of it and we need to restrict it for issues around climate change. Now the concern around actually, can I get my hands on that oil? And peak oil now means peak trade.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, China does continue to ramp up its growth in renewables and nuclear, but not the case here at all. Speaking of which, what are your expectations in terms of U.S. production, given we're still the largest in the world, but at current levels, there are certainly some questions as to how much money the industry wants to continue to invest in terms of getting more out?
Well, at this point, you look at drilling, it's back down on its lows. I think the biggest thing that OPEC has achieved with these big increases in expected production is that drilling is off in the U.S. And you had Diamondback last week capitulate, arguing, hey, they're cutting CapEx, production's beginning to roll over. The weekly data show it stabilizing, a little above 13 million barrels per day, is around 13.3 most recently. All of this points to, hey, that rapid growth in production that we saw a few years ago is not continuing on. And I think more importantly, we take a bigger, longer term picture, is on the eve of COVID, U.S. production peaked around 13 million barrels per day. It's 13.3 today. It went down, it came back up. So its ability to get too far above 13 is relatively limited. Now you have drilling off, inventories are low, demand remains strong. So again, I'm going to point at the risk of really shifting to the upside in a market that is short and has tried to price in this big surplus spare market further out on the curve. And the one thing I say is, like, if every time the market tries to fade the front end tightness, it gets in trouble. Like I say, don't join the party until the party started. So that bear party, it hasn't started. I'd cautious, trying to join that bear party today.
All right. Well, we'll be watching, and we'll have you back and see how you did. Jeff, always appreciate it. Thank you.
It's here.
My observation with UCO, it's trading right now at 2096. It did sell off a little bit early in the session and then came back up. And the oil futures is trading at 61.19. It was trading with a 90. It was trading with a 60 handle. So 6120 is what it's trading at right now. Gush is trading at 2087. So it's coming back from the intraday session low of 2018. And DRIP is coming back down, and that's trading at 10.97. Natural gas is still trading at 3.25. Natural gas, there's an increase in inventory for natural gas. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and use this stack that will help your cardiovascular health and your bone density. So let's talk about the bone density first. So you need to do resistance training and take in calcium and also take in magnesium. You can get the magnesium from my store through the magnesium zinc supplement. vitamin C and magnesium, or the Boomer Boost. Magnesium is going to help the efficacy of D3. So let's talk about D3 for a second. D3 will help with gene expression. It's a gene expression cofactor. D3 will help to get rid of cells that need to go into apoptosis. And D3 will help you absorb calcium. By absorbing calcium, you're going to be able to deposit more bone matrix if you do resistance training. Now, if you take vitamin K2, MK7 molecule, there's a dual purpose. That's to help with bone density, but also cardiovascular. The D3 and the vitamin K2 will work together to help with absorbing calcium and helping to deposit that bone matrix. But it's important that you do resistance training and vibration exercises like calf lifts. And by having vibration coming up through your leg, into your hip, and up through your vertebrae, you're creating a micro environment, a micro signal to actually stimulate osteoblasts so it deposits more bone matrix. So that's really important. So do the resistance training, do the vibration exercises, take in calcium, take in magnesium, and take the D3 K2 stack, and that will help with bone density. Extremely important. No matter what age you are, you should be doing this now. Also, D3 and K2 will help with your cardiovascular health, because what that does is it helps to pull some of that calcium depositing around plaque, pull some of that out and reduce further calcium depositing. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the D3 and the K2. Now, to add to that stack for cardiovascular health, take the nattokinase. Nattokinase will break up clots because it's fibrinolytic. And nattokinase will help to bring down your LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. That means you're improving your lipid profile and you're lowering the chances of oxidized LDL. Oxidized LDL ends up being plaque. So you don't want that in your vascular system. So nattokinase is important for cardiovascular health. You can take it separately, but it works better when you take it with the D3 and the K2. So stack it. So this is a great way to target two systems at the same time. Taking the D3 and the K2 is going to help with your cardiovascular health and your bone density. And an added benefit when you add in the nattokinase is breaking up clots and helping your lipid profile. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Let's listen to the Navy Secretary speak on Squawk Box.
I'm not rocking with a lot of this AI stuff, but AI on Wix, now that's a vibe.
New York Harbor filled yesterday with a time-honored tradition, the Parade of Ships. It's the kickoff to Fleet Week, and thousands of sailors, they are now in New York City. We are joined by Secretary of the Navy, John Felon, who will be ringing the opening bell at the NASDAQ here. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You have a business background.
I do.
And I'm curious how you now plan to apply that background to this new role.
Yeah, so I think that the Navy is a business, ultimately. Its business is warfare, right, and the defense of the country. So at the end of the day, what's the most important is how do we allocate our capital? What systems do we allocate it to? What do we allocate to recruiting? How do we think about that? So I don't think it's really all that different from really running a business. And I think, in all honesty, there's an advantage to coming in new and looking at it
So here's the big capital allocation question, I think, in your world, which is, you've said we need a lot more ships. We were just talking about this off the air. But there is a bit of a debate among some folks in the defense industry about what kind of ships we need, right? Whether we should be getting, building some of the old big carriers. China still has a lot of them, or we should be building all sorts of newfangled things that are run by AI that effectively are much tinier.
Yeah.
What's the real answer?
So I think it's a great question. One we're still working on and trying to develop. I think the balance between manned and unmanned vehicles or ships is something we have to look at. My own personal belief is man and woman and machine is much stronger than machine alone or man and woman alone. And so how we integrate drones and unmanned vehicles into the force will be critical. And the Navy's been experimenting with this a great deal. In terms of number of ships, I guess what I'd say, I've heard the carrier debate and the carrier argument. The one thing I always find is whenever a conflict starts, the first thing is, where are the carriers? You need a Navy. In order to be a superpower, there's three things you need. You need a Navy. There's actually, I put it in, there's three reasons the United States is a superpower. The United States Navy, the US dollar, and the capitalist system and the American people. That's why I think we're a superpower. And I think the president has correctly identified this, and this is why we've got to focus on shipbuilding. But in terms of carriers, they're moving airfields. They're not stationary targets. So you have to really balance all this
we hear people from Silicon Valley who are now in the defense business who say, these carriers, this is like something from 50 years ago. It's an employment opportunity for certain states where these things are made. There's an enormous amount of pressure on folks like yourself, from folks in the Senate and Congress, to protect jobs, and that it's more about that than it is about the new sort of version of defense that we're all going to be needing, via drones and everything else.
Yeah, look, the Navy's open for business. I think a lot of these new technology companies, it's critical that we incorporate them and get them into the system and adapt a lot of this technology that they're doing. At the same time, you have to think about vulnerabilities and what vulnerabilities you're creating. One thing you learn about, so I grew up on the water, I grew up in Florida, when you're out on the ocean, you want redundancy, okay? So we can create all this slick technology, but that slick technology is driven by one thing, a network. And so if that network's compromised, what happens, right? So if a pilot can take over a plane with a compromised network, now you've got a different thing. So I think you have to really balance that.
The president wants to build a lot more ships. He's said that several times. We're behind, but we're down but not out, would you say? For every one of our ships, China's built 6?
Yes, China is building.
But they're not as technologically as advanced as what we're capable of?
Yeah, we're building very different ships that are technologically far more capable. We need to get faster. We need to get better. It is too slow. There are a number of problems in the shipyards. I've visited 8 shipyards, I think, so far. I've been on the job a little bit under 2 months. And there are a number of things we can do to speed things up.
Expensive to build here.
They are expensive to build here. But
we have to build that. And there are some conflict. The president, wants to do these things, but he sent Doge into the Navy too. Did he not?
He did. And Doge has been very good to work with. We've eliminated almost $900 million from redundant programs. So in the Navy, for example, one thing we got rid of, we had 300 different IT systems, none of which were talking with each other. We've cleared that out and have started, basically brand new. There are a lot of simple things we do. The inertia of the government is.
Can we build them here? Is it economically feasible to build them here? Or what kind of help do you need? Is it labor issues? Why is it so much cheaper other places to build the ship?
So I'd say a couple things. One, so in China does have cheaper labor. I think the Secretary of the Treasury called it slave labor, which is probably apropos. I think that we have very, very heavy regulations, still. And the president is looking to really clear that up quite correctly. I mean, if you look, he's EO'd our federal acquisition regulations, which are, I used to think in being in my business, investment business, which is a very regulated business, which created a huge amount of bureaucracy. It is nothing compared to the government procurement system. It is insane. I jokingly say to you, the Secretary of Defense's office is 1 floor above me. If he sends me a piece of mail, it takes 2 weeks to get to me.
Right.
He's 2,000 yards away.
A Doge question for you, just because Senator Schumer made a comment about this tragic accident at the Brooklyn Bridge, and suggesting that it was a partial blame on Doge, on sort of a shift in sort of how resources were allocated with the U.S. Coast Guard. I don't know if you saw that.
I'm somewhat familiar. Look, one of the things I find fascinating coming into this ecosystem is everything gets politicized, and it's unnecessary. I think something happened to that ship. I think it had a mechanical failure of some sort. It's a tragedy that 2 people died, and there are a number who are injured. And rather than trying to blame some sort of thing, it was an accident. And that's basically what happened. It had nothing to do with Doge or the Coast Guard. I believe, from what I understand, they think the ship had a mechanical failure, which forced it, and it lost control of the ship.
Don't wish. Don't hope. Don't dream.
All right, let's go back to Bloomberg here.
Is going to be a bigger price tag than what you and your colleagues just passed.
I believe are demanding more fiscal responsibility, and I think we're going to see that out of the Senate's product. I know that Americans are desperate to not see taxes go up. I think we're going to see that come out of the Senate product. I know that Americans are demanding stricter border control. We're going to see that come out of the Senate product. I believe that the bill that we see back out of the Senate is going to very closely mirror what we will send them later today.
Your colleague from Kentucky, Tom Massey, who was, of course, a no and had been through the duration, said this bill is a debt bomb ticking. Congress can do funny math if it wants, but bond investors don't. Congressman, is he wrong about the money that's being added to the debt and deficit?
Well, there's no question. We have curbed our thirst for spending by about $1.5 trillion. There's plenty more work to do, but I think that we have to take a moment and celebrate what we were able to accomplish at this momentous time. And we'll come back to work, and once we begin to see the results of this bill and the economy grow by not allowing taxes to go up and putting that money back into the economy, we'll be able to take another more stringent look at the spending bills of the future. But we have curbed the thirst for spending in a way that you've not seen up here in D.C. for a while.
Well, as you talk about the potential economic benefits of this legislation, Congressman, are they in no way, in your mind, offset by existing tariff policy or the risk of higher tariffs that still could come in the future?
Well, what we're seeing out of tariffs right now is budget surpluses. We're seeing income that has not been yet placed on the balance sheet of the United States. That is not fully baked in. I think what we're also going to see as President Trump continues to negotiate with these tariffs would be even a stronger economy with more investment here in the U.S. and more jobs.
That said, Congressman, the CBO says this bill will boost the incomes of the richest 10% of Americans while lowering the incomes of the lowest 10% of Americans. How does that resonate in your district?
Well, CBO has not had a very good record in being right. The reality is right now, the tax rate for the highest earners in America is 37%. And when this bill comes into law, the highest tax rate will be 37%. The left is not bothering to tell you that. They're using the old-fashioned talking point. That
is the CBO the left?
The CBO is just inefficient. I'm not going to say that they're partisan or not, but when you go back and look at their record, they do not have a history of being accurate. We believe that the economy is going to grow at a far quicker rate than what they've got baked in right now, just as it did under Trump 45 when the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was initially put into law.
Congressman, considering your district in North Carolina, I also want to ask you, as we approach the beginning of hurricane season here, knowing you've called for reforms to FEMA, about the warnings internally that FEMA has delivered about being unprepared for this hurricane season, in which there's now suggestions we could have up to 19 named storms. Are you concerned about the impact potentially on North Carolina, about a lack of preparedness as we enter these next months?
Well, I certainly believe that Western North Carolina has seen its worst hurricane in many decades. I'm more concerned about rebuilding from last year's hurricane. There's no question FEMA needs to be reformed. It failed North Carolina in so many different ways. I'm happy to have had the opportunity to suggest to the president some reforms that should be put into place now to help whoever the victims of the next storm might be.
A lot of people remember your response to Hurricane Helene and your attempt to debunk some of the myths that surrounded the response, going so far as having to write that Hurricane Helene was not geoengineered by the government to seize and access lithium deposits in Chimney Rock. This was back in October of 2024, Congressman. I'm glad that you brought this up. What else does Asheville and the Hill Towns need at this point to rebuild?
The biggest thing that we need right now is to continue to dismantle the bureaucracy in Washington, D.C. I'm really happy that President Trump has been to Western North Carolina on a couple of occasions. I'm excited that he assigned me to a special task force to offer recommendations on how to accelerate our recovery. But there's much, much more that we have to get out of the way in Washington, D.C. We have a substantial funding package that I authored back in December, and now there's hundreds of millions of dollars in the hands of federal agencies, but we're having a really tough time getting it into the hands of the people that need it most. That's the number one thing that we need in Western North Carolina right now.
All right, representing Western North Carolina, specifically North Carolina's 11th Congressional District, Republican Congressman Chuck Edwards joining us live from Capitol Hill here on Bloomberg TV and radio. We appreciate your time. And we want to turn now to our political panel as we continue to assess the legislation that the House was able to narrowly pass early this morning, and turn to Rick Davis, partner at Stone Court Capital, Bloomberg Politics contributor and Republican strategist alongside Bloomberg Politics.
Both of those guys are clowns. Jeannie and Rick Davis. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Gladiator Barley. Gladiator Barley will help to detoxify your body, bring down inflammation, and soak up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. But it will also help to build muscle. So do resistance training, take it every day. You get a big scooper, take a scooper or half a scooper every day. Mix it with soft foods, filtered water, milk, or a smoothie. Take it every day, build that muscle. And bringing down inflammation is also going to help you to recover with your workout. So you're going to be able to have that less inflammation during that workout. You'll recover quicker. It's going to help with your immune system, and bringing down inflammation will help with your joints. It will help with your arthritis, and bringing down inflammation at the vascular level is going to help with your cardiovascular health. Also take Boomer Boost. Boomer Boost is 68 nutrients. It has a very comprehensive compound. The powder in here, you take every day. You get a big scooper, take a full scoop every day for breakfast or for lunch. You will lose weight, and it's going to target multiple systems. It's going to target your heart. It's going to improve your heart and your vascular health. It's going to improve your brain function. It's going to improve your energy levels and your metabolism. It's going to speed up your metabolism. You're going to lose weight, and it's going to also help to build strength. It's a very comprehensive powder supplement that you should be taking, and you're going to lose weight. You take it for your breakfast or for your lunch, and you're going to save money too, because the cost of this 1 month supply is cheaper than what you pay for breakfast or for lunch for 1 month. So you're going to lose weight, and you are going to have more energy. And that steady burn of energy, that steady burn of energy is going to allow you to have more vitality. And when you have more vitality, you're going to just do more things. When you're doing more things, then you're going to build more muscle, you're going to be more active, and you'll have less atrophy. See, you got to take a look at what's the process of aging. And many factors that go into aging is reduction of energy, Mitochondrial health starts to go down. You get atrophy of your muscles. Brain function starts to go down. Sometimes depression increases, when people get older because they feel lonely. So there's lots of things that go into the aging process. But if you start to improve your mitochondrial health, you are more active. You build muscle, improve your bone densities, improve your blood flow. These are all very positive things. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. This is going to target your heart, your vascular system, your strength. Very important, your brain function. It's going to get rid of that brain fog. You're going to be able to concentrate better. You're going to be able to sleep better. You're going to be able to think more clearly, faster. Your memory is going to be improved. So, and it's a holistic approach. See, if you take this Boomer Boost and you stack it with the Gladiator Barley, you're building up strength and you're targeting all those systems that I just mentioned, but you're also controlling A1C levels. You're controlling your blood glucose levels. And if you apply this in a holistic fashion, like I've been mentioning throughout this whole broadcast, eating properly, proper diet, proper exercise, filter your water, stay away from processed foods, mindfulness or spirituality, bring your central nervous system, go from sympathetic to parasympathetic. You want to be in a parasympathetic mode, and that way your blood pressure goes down, your cortisol levels go down, you're in a more relaxed state. These are all beneficial for your health. If you're chronically stressed, you're going to age faster just because your cortisol levels are higher. Your blood glucose levels increase with higher cortisol levels. That's doing damage at the vascular level, especially if it's chronic. So spirituality is going to help. The 4 modalities of exercise, resistance training, cardio, balancing, and stretching. All of those are very important. Don't just do one of them. You have to do all 4 of them, all 4 modalities. Learn new things, talk to people, read and write. Stimulate that brain. Just like you're stimulating your muscles to prevent atrophy, you need to stimulate your brain to prevent neurons from not communicating as well. What I call negative neuroplasticity. You have positive neuroplasticity where you're gaining dendritic connections. Negative neuroplasticity is a recession of those connections. So it's a holistic approach. So go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. Now, it's very important to realize that Dr. Paul Cottrell is older than Alex Jones. But Alex Jones looks a lot older than Dr. Paul Cottrell. Now, why do you think that is? I have been doing an anti-aging protocol for a long time, all right? Now, over the decades, it's been improved because of different supplementation coming on the market, anti-aging research that gets published, or longevity research, learning on how the body ages, sports medicine. Lots of things have come out the last 20, 30 years. And you have these gurus that are starting to share their knowledge about how they actually slow down their aging process. Guys, and males and females doing this, and having data to prove it, using biometric data such as blood workup, methylation data of their epigenomics, telomere lengths, all this stuff. So you can learn from all this, all right? So if you follow my protocol, if you listen to what I have to say, you are going to slow down the aging process. You're going to improve your endocrine system. You're going to improve your brain function. You're going to improve your cardiovascular function. You're going to get healthy. And if you reduce the chronic diseases at the societal level based on a simple idea. Stop the bread and circus and take charge of your own health. We would save tons of money in healthcare costs at the societal level. Billions, tens of billions of dollars would be saved. The two biggest chronic diseases that are mostly reversible and controllable in the United States is cardiovascular disease and diabetes. And I gave you the formula to stop it. And not only that, I tell you what to look at in the market to make money. I give you resistance points, support levels. And if you've been listening to me, you would have made money in going into the S&P 500. You would have made more than 18%, anywhere from 10 to 22%, depending on where your entry points were and how you were dollar cost averaging. There were other people out there that were saying, the market's selling off and everything's going to hell and blah, blah, blah. And I said, don't bet against America. You know why? Because America is always going to surprise you in the positive. Don't bet against the United States. Don't ever, ever, ever bet against the United States. And it's not just coming from Dr. Paul Cottrell. This is coming from J.P. Morgan from the late 1800s and early 1900s that he stated, don't ever bet against the United States. There's something uniquely special about it. An exceptionalism, in modern parlance. Reality is, Dr. Paul Cottrell was right. And all those podcasters out there were wrong. And the ones that listen to me made 10 to 22% return with their new deployed capital in 5 weeks. So there were other people saying, go buy gold, go buy gold. The treasuries are selling off, the dollar's selling off, the market's selling off. And I said, buy into the market, it's going to go up. Now, of course, you're going to have ups and downs, but just case in point here, 5 weeks ago, a little bit more than 5 weeks ago, we were at 4,830 for the S&P 500. We are now trading at 5,854. The world didn't end. And you would benefit with the new deployed capital if you paid attention to me. So just extrapolate that to your health. If you listen to me and you follow the protocol, you slow down the aging process. And when you slow down that aging process, you're going to be boosting up your immune system and improving your endocrine system. Thank you for listening. This is the end of my broadcast tonight. So please subscribe to my channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube. I have Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. And I'm the most accurate on this stuff, all right? I'm the most comprehensive in telling you how to do an anti-aging protocol. I was the most comprehensive to tell you about what was going on in 2020 and how to mitigate it and what was really going on. I'm not going to rehash that. That's a war that's done. You don't just keep on, if you're a World War II vet, or you just keep on talking about World War II, no, don't do that. So those ones that are always rehashing 2020, like it's like a broken record, the war is over. There's new wars to deal with, but the reality of the situation is you just listen to me, you'll benefit. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and use discount 5, you get $5 off. And again, make sure you subscribe to all my channels, 4 channels on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. It's really important that you subscribe. Thank you for listening and have a nice day.